Hey guys. Let me settle in here. Sorry, a little late today. A little bit tired getting up. And I had to bring a package into work. I had to make sure this build worked. It failed just because like there was a... God, what was the... Okay, so I set it up to make a build last night. If you were on stream yesterday, I mentioned that. And it was just like some issue with like some third-person character and some asset pack we weren't using. Like that's enough to get the entire project packaging failed. That one thing that we don't even use. It's kind of crazy. But I just deleted it and made the build. Here it is. Wonder how big it is. 7 gigabytes. Not bad. That's about what I expect with all the assets we have. It's a lot better than it could be. Okay, let me do a quick package for that. Compression ratio's alright. And package down to like 3 gigabytes. Hopefully. What I might do is I might make a torrent of this instead of just uploading it to Google Drive like I have been doing. And just share the torrent link with the individuals I want to send this to. Might be better for their internets anyway. %. Compression will be okay. Could be worse. When we make this next build public, I will be uploading it to Steam. We do have an app ID. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit larger than I thought it would be. Impressed. Alright, cutting something. Yeah, didn't compress it a whole lot, but better than nothing. 5.6 gigabytes. Well, like I said, I'll get that uploaded later. Probably just do a torrent of it. Today, though, I want to start on merchants. Oh, also... yeah, all the stuff for the new build. Made new build. Let's merge this to main, and then I'll make a new branch. And we'll work on the merchant NPCs. And I have no idea how we're gonna do it. It's simple as that. I have no clue. I know that I want to tie them into the NPC system so that, you know, only one thing is spawning at a time, right? Merge from this change set to main. Merging in new hut. Flash mansion. And then create a branch from this change set, and we will call this merchants. Beautiful. Which I don't actually have a merchant like character model. I'll use Blue Dick Boy though for testing purposes. It'll be easy. Did my light just flicker? That was weird. Okay. Well, I know one thing that we can do, and should do, is tie these into the NPC system. In order to do that, I think we'll need to do a little bit of refactoring to the NPC system. Nothing too crazy, but it will just be that... Let me think here. We don't want them... I don't necessarily want every merchant to just, you know, only appear once and then disappear, right? They might be recurring, because if their stock changes or their stock is maybe static, we would want that to remain that way. You know, for instance, if this merchant that sells the greenhouse expansion, right, is... Maybe you can't afford it the first time he appears, or you don't want to buy it the first time he appears. It shouldn't be your only chance to get it, right? Let's take a look at the data we have for this. We would essentially just make a new row and call this, let's just say Merchant 1. And I think we could have multiple story stages. You know, it's not like we couldn't. There'd be no potion commission ID because they wouldn't accept potions, right? But maybe they could. We really just need to, you know, like, to bring up the interface, we really just need to make a new event in narrative and then pull up a user interface. That's the, you know, the merchant interface. That's honestly about it. But getting this, we probably have to reconfigure the spawn control for NPCs so that we either have like a cooldown or we set other NPCs weights higher and merchant weights lower. The only issue with doing that, with relying heavily on weights for the spawning system, is that as we add more NPCs, we don't actually know for sure what NPC encounters the player has available at any time, right? So it's possible that maybe they have a lot of rare encounters and then a lot of merchants with lower weights, but even though they have lower weights, they're kind of overpowering. So maybe in like NPC data we can put like a boolean for is merchant, and that way all the merchants, any merchant can kind of like share a global cooldown or something, right? I'm trying to think of a way to do that in a way that would not be really confusing from the perspective of using this data table. Because it's easy to do, it's just going to be... What's the best data to handle that? Either like an enum type or a boolean, either works at this point, to be honest. For NPC type of, you know, just like character, merchant, blah, 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 if we want to have some other ones or something. Starting weight, reset weight after NPC. I could reutilize the reset weight after NPC picked. And if they're a merchant, we can reset all other merchant weights. Let me think here. Because we wouldn't want to, when the merchant encounter is done, we wouldn't necessarily want to delete that. But we also might not want to spawn that NPC or that merchant again. Do I have a commission like balance? I don't think I do. Not part of this though. This is for scoring. Perfect. Hey, Laserfangs. Ah, merchants. That's our plan today. Okay, let me think here. Or we could just do an enum of NPC type. In NPC data. Like that the chat from yesterday still on screen. Yeah, I keep OBS because I keep my streaming computer on, and so I don't I don't know, like I don't change the scene or anything, so it never gets reset. It is what it is. This will controls which type of NPC the character is, can be used to monitor cooldowns, this way of say that, you know, the player starts the game and they'll have, I don't know, you know, Thief 1, Mage 1, Warrior 1, and Merchant 1, Encounter 1 available, right? And let's say that there's 2 other merchants, just for the sake of it. Each of these with a weight of 1. So they all have equal chance to spawn. Now say that we spawn Merchant 1. Reset its weight after the NPC has been picked. All the others will go up by 1, so they are now at equal chance to spawn. We can also say that if this NPC type is merchant, we can have like a global cooldown on all merchants. So even though these have a chance to spawn, we can say, hey, hold on, for the sake of this, remove them from even being considered because we've just spawned a merchant and we don't want to spawn one for another 2 encounters. And we can either let their weight keep going up as it normally would, or we can keep it the same. Although I think probably we should allow it to keep going up. But that's doable, and it wouldn't be super nasty from a data refactoring perspective. Where's the werewolf? Get me a rigged model, and I'll throw it in the prototype for you. I'll even let you write it if you want. I have no idea where the NPC data is stored. NPC info. No, that's old. Challenge me. Why are there so much why are there so many old structures here? Jesus Christ. Here it is. Okay, we need to make the new enum first. NPC type. Please tell me that doesn't already exist. Character. Merchant. Beautiful. NPC type. But I think I'll move this up here. Hold on. Why are you hitting me? There we go. Yes, just wipe all of my NPC data. I appreciate that. Really, I do. Alright, I think I can just revert it and get it back. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. It might wipe stuff regarding the NPC data. Let's double check. Nope, we're okay. We are okay. I'll add 2 new merchants. Actually, I'll just duplicate this row when I'm done making it. We'll need a new encounter too. To Diag Merchant 1. E1. Hi there, I'm Master. Hey, Lazarla. Don't worry, we can change that. Just the default node. Speaker ID, we're just gonna call him Merchant 1. And we will make a duplicate of the NPC of Blue Dick Boy. Okay, do we need to do anything special for him? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think any of these are relevant, but I could be wrong. Oh, okay. Okay, sure, we can crash first. That's fine. I understand. Gonna gift an asset without making an account? Oh god, did you actually find something? We talk about it on Discord first. I hate that the stylization kind of works too. Why does their tongue stick out? Man, you're so horny. I hope that doesn't become a YouTube thumbnail. Alright, hold on. Let me open up the output log, because I'm pretty sure changing that. Struck probably broke a few things. Didn't? That's weird. Did I actually save it? No. Speaker ID, Merchant 1. Promo video is cringe. Is it any worse than the Deer Girl from Twitch from a long time ago? Shut up. This is me having sex, by the way. Spoilers. What's cringe about it? I mean, dies of cringe. Hey, having the mouth animated is nice, though. Furries. Okay, we don't need to change any of these things. Merchant 1. Doing that should allow... Yeah, there we go. Okay, beautiful. Part of the banality of the human form. Oh, the voiceover? Yeah, I didn't listen to the voiceover. Because I thought the music might fuck me over. Wait, did they really say that? I thought you were just typing that, but they really actually said that? Are you tired of the banality of the human form? I don't think at any point speaker name is necessary for us to fill out, because I deleted that. Everything should be okay here. And we could start writing it. Just need to actually add the merchant back into the data table again. Bored with humanoid characters and their banality is the quote. It sounds like a furry. That sounds like a furry trying to convince normal people to become furries. And my usage of the term normal people was very, very deliberate there, just so you know. Alright, I need like a, just an icon for the merchant here. I can use anything really. Here, let's use this red devil. Perfect. Okay. NPC. Merchant 1 name. But we do NPC underscore name underscore thief. Race goblin. Okay, hold on. Name. So I'm gonna rock in your game. I'll get a wolf wife. So you know, there's no guarantee that those will carry over to vertical, or that they will be in any other build than specifically just yours. I'm just fucking with you. It would be pretty funny though if I gave just you the build with her in it, and you play it and you love it, but then all of your friends that you gave the build to, they have a different build that doesn't have it. Like, oh my god, did you play my character? What character? Spoon? Be immortalized on YouTube, at least whenever. Character merchant 1. NPC type is merchant. Okay, awesome. Team.user.id equals fag. See, I've actually wondered if you can put specific code in your game. I mean, I don't know what the Steamworks API looks like, but I've always been curious if you can, because I think it would just be so funny to find to make an update and you find some random people that have played your game a lot, like tons of hours, and just put little subtle things in there that just make them go paranoid. Like, how does this game know my Steam ID? How does this? Or like it'll just be like this ghost that chases one user. It's a bit too maniacal, isn't it? Okay, spawn control. We could say that the player has, you know what, for testing purposes, I'll just put that, you know, we need the character to be alive. That'll be a start. Character status, merchant 1. Alive. Starting weight 1. I'll force him to top. Weight change after not picked. 1. You know, those kids playing Undertale for the first time, one of them finding Gaster and no one else knows what they're talking about. Yeah, exactly. It's just that one person that goes in the forums and is like, guys, we need to talk about this. This is crazy. And everybody's like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's not in my game. Like, look at the screenshot. It's right there. Well, it's not in my game. Oh my god. All from the same guy, too. You need to talk to this guy. This guy is a furry. You might be able to commission him to make stuff for you. This is interesting. So his journey is he first makes a deer girl. He embraces his furry side, and then he goes back to making real women. Maybe he felt embarrassed, or he was just seeing if he could be, you know, converted back to normality. But then he goes straight back and just doubles down on being a furry. What a journey. I'm gonna be honest though, I think that the panda girl is pretty ugly. That's my hot take. Just fly for an upward of 500, Jesus. Like he released a deer for fun, made normal stuff, and someone found the deer and shit blew up, probably. He's like, oh my god, dude, these furries have so much money to spend. Fuck real women. Don't, don't clip that out of context. Okay, I'm just looking here. I think it's okay. I think the merchant is spawnable. I will disable Thief's Spoon's first encounter from being forced, so that merchant one is forced instead. Let me add in the strings for the merchant. Yeah, this is a merchant NPC that we'll have. I don't know a merchant name. I'm just gonna call him merchant for right now. Class merchant. You know, I would like to see a like CRPG with a merchant class. Matilda. The funny thing is, I'm using Blue Dick Boy's model though. Scrooge McDuck. I don't know if there are any good like merchant rigged models. Merchant man holding suitcase for $65. I really like the way he looks though. I'm half tempted, but how is he rigged? He's just holding that. Get the merchant from... I am so tempted. He's perfect. I don't know if Fab has anything too. Sometimes you can find stuff on Fab that isn't on CG, and sometimes the other way around. Oh, look, it's this guy, and he's cheaper. Well, now I know he would work with Unreal, at least. Humphrey or Hubert. Some of these are just such a waste of time and money. Skeleton Gentleman. British child NPC character. Oh, it's the voice pack. Probably AI. $10 says it's AI. Those are nice on that. Male NPC pack. There's some nice NPCs, honestly. Oh my god, okay. Except for him, I don't know why, but it looks really silly. I think it's the face. The face looks way too young for how disheveled the hair is. Oh. Merchant Lizard. Is this rigged? He is. Calm idle, 2 attacks. Walking, running, fast running. I know, but I kind of want this. It so doesn't fit the vibe. I mean, maybe it kind of does. I mean, he is stylized. What if I got the fat guy from CG Trader and I had this merchant lizard follow him? Now that would be an unforgettable character. I like that. There's no unfortunately there's no wish list on Fab because for some reason when redesigning their incredible new store place, they forgot to add a wish list even though they had it on the original marketplace. It would be great if it was rigged. I can't even filter by rigged assets. It's so stupid. Like seriously, who designed this? I guarantee the person who designed this marketplace was not a game developer. And it did not consult with game developers. Yeah, let's allow you to search for 3D models, but you can't search for ones that are rigged or not. Printing custom dice for one of my Pokemon decks. Heads or tails dice barely exist. Heads or tails dice? Isn't that just called a coin? I mean, that can be rolled. You can roll a coin. Alright, we should see... This should technically be Merchant 1 and not Blue Dick Boy. Even though the model is Blue Dick Boy. Beautiful. I'm probably covering it up, but it's Merchant. We're all good. Remember, the person that made Fab was on something there. Is no one in the right mind would make something like that? Yeah, I mean, how you doing, Shoulder? I absolutely agree. It's just not good. Like, it's faster than the Epic Games Store, which is not that high of a bar to cross, to be honest. But just searching for things is so... Like, I click 3D models, and it's like, okay. I have some tags that I can filter by, but even something like CG Trader is just so much better. When I go there, I can be like, okay, 3D models, you know, I'm looking for specifically architectural things, and then I can filter by even further some additional, like, even poly count, which is very wonderful to have searchable by. Or specifically, you know, if I'm looking for characters, I can search that it's rigged or it's just tagged with low poly, right? Or has its own animations. And it shows me, you know, the file formats here rather than having to filter here. Although this is much better than it used to be. I don't know. And I'm not a fan of, if I choose professional license, that it still shows me the personal license price first. I think. Yes. So even though I've selected that it has professional license only, it's not showing me the right price for it. Both license prices are similar. It depends on what you're looking at. I think it's set by the what am I thinking of? The author. And in some cases it's the same, in some cases it's much more expensive. Narrative, they keep it the same, which is pretty nice. I would expect, considering it's a few $100. Visual novel core, $15. You can have the basis for a visual novel game. That's pretty cheap. I'm getting sidetracked. I gotta stop. What's the difference in the license? Individual creators with no more than 100K of revenue or funding in the last 12 months. You will need professional for studios or other entities with over 100K revenue or funding in the past 12 months. Now, I think that anything you purchased before on the Epic Games Store, you automatically get the professional license for. But some of the... don't quote me on that. Make a new narrative event. Narrative event. Begin. Open merchant UI. And I think in the dialogue what I'll do is hello, I'm merchant. Show me your wares. Thank you, I'm done buying things. You're just placeholder. I'll be right back. This will simply end dialogue. This will end encounter. And this will open merchant UI. Be able to peddle any potion to a random NPC or only custom made ones. Define NPC in this scenario. Like, are we talking about a spoon? Are we talking about a merchant? For now, I think that will do for placeholder. What will happen if the player wants to just make potions for the fun of it? Are they stuck with them or are they sellable? Yes, they are sellable. Or they're intended to be. How we determine how much they're worth, I don't know yet, but the intention is that you can just sell random potions. You can also just throw them. You will be able to reverse engineer potions that, you know, if they have like effects that you haven't discovered yet, you'll be able to draw that from them. Like, you know, every potion is made of ingredients. You can then like throw it into some, I don't know, let's just call it a grinder, and you know, the place where two dicks, not that, but you know, you can grind it down and you can discover some of the stuff from the ingredients, something like that, some like reverse discovery with it, right? Wonder if money progression would be an issue. Hey, Wolfheat. It's a dialogue graph default UE or add-on? It is an add-on. It is narrative. Which one? This one. Very nice. Very well made. Very professional developers and very helpful. Alright, let me set up the graph display text. We'll probably need some data table to store what the merchant has with them, or some way to calculate their stock. I think for right now, though, I'll probably just use a data table to set in stone what stock they have, just because that's the easier first iteration, and then later on we can say, okay, this is guaranteed to show up under these conditions, then we can randomly generate the rest of the items, right? So like maybe another 8 or 10 items. And we could base that on season, we could base that on, you know, conditions that have been met. Maybe a war was going on, and so the merchants scavenged the field for leftovers and has brought some of that to sell to you for more money. For now, though, I'll just set the return node to that. Let's think here. Okay, for this node, run the event, toggle dialogue functionality, show potion bartering button false, show dialogue close button. Set close visible and bartering disabled. Here though, when we open the merchant window, I then also want to set the both of them to be disabled. Okay, hold on, let me do this. I see your wares again. That's everything. Again, this is all just placeholder, so, you know, I might give this character some lore too, some information that they can share to you. But for now, I just need like the base functionality working, and then we can go ham with it. Anything else wanted to talk about? Set this to begin dialogue. Merchant 1 and whatever this node is. I think that'll work. I can move the set close visible and bartering disabled back to this though. Well, the reason I have it on there is because the moment that you click the moment you would open up the merchant window, it will play the next node. And I don't want the close button to be visible while the merchant window is open, just out of an abundance of safety. That might break things. So yeah, don't put it here, keep it on this. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, open merchant UI, we don't have the UI yet. I don't know what we want it to look like. Probably something similar-ish to what we have set up for the player's inventory. Just in the fact that you would be able to have all of the, you know, all of this stuff visible with the tooltip over on the right. It's gonna be complicated though. It's gonna be very complicated. Because we could do the traditional, you know, buy and sell tabs are completely separate. But I'd like to have one, like, final bill of purchases and sales that you can look through and remove things from that. Oh, it's gonna be very complicated. Doable, but complicated. Window. I mean, this is dedicated to the tooltip. Right now. Means this is what we have to work with. Buy, sell. Then we can use the exact same inventory widget that we already have made and ready to go below it. Split up into the categories that we already have, right? What do we have? We have potions, ingredients, seeds, and other. Pot, ingredient, seed, other. And then you click on each of those, you have the list. It's gonna look really ugly, but it just needs to be functional. Problem is, I think we'll want to make this smaller. That way we can have a maybe dynamically built final bill. where you can remove items. Some, final value of that, so let's use fantasy dollar symbol. And then like a confirm or cancel set of buttons here or something. We don't really store the player cache anywhere. Let me see if I can pull up interface in game and see if there are any other games that have some of these merchants store. I mean, I do like that the... They have good icons too. Icons. But in this, you kind of just sell it and it immediately goes into the inventory. I think for our game, I'd rather have this, have that final bill. League of Legends. Get out of here. Really, a lot of games do the bill of goods, do they? It is more like bartering in that case. I mean, having the static location for the tooltip doesn't help us for space. Otherwise, I could just do, the merchant inventory on one side, the player inventory on the other side, and then, we could just pull the playbook out of, like, Baldur's Gate or something, right? They have Baldur's Gate in here by chance. They must. They don't? Are people still keeping this site up to date? Kind of like this. Although they did make it so that you can do You just have this now. And anything that you buy or sell just immediately goes in. I still kind of prefer to use the, yeah, like trade versus barter. They have it up here. I still prefer the barter just because it's, it gives me a chance to prevent mistakes, right? Floating tooltips would be a lot better for us. But our inventories are also just massive compared to this. You're making an Unreal game, you totally use the wolf girl. You should work in Unreal. Unreal's pretty nice. Actually, I need to take my medicine. I cannot breathe right now. My cocaine medicine. Running out. Or work with Unreal in principle. You'll work with Unity on principle. Can't we all just admit we're hypocrites? Could I do floating tooltips? Unity didn't fuck you over. You're only biased. Well, here's the thing, fuck consoles, because this is not the final version of the UI. And our prototype will not be playable on anything other than PC. There's a nice handy row in our budget spreadsheet that says UI designer. And they will thankfully redo all of these. Yeah, I like the floating tooltips too. The problem is our tooltips are really big. They're really, really large. And I don't really want to refactor how our tooltips show up. Can't get a 4090 in a cell phone. I don't need that much info. Yeah. Like, I don't really put any fluff on our tooltips. I mean, there are descriptions, but they're pretty minor aspect of the tooltips themselves. It's right up here. Everything else is pretty important information. I mean, that's not really going to remove much space. It would still be a very large floating tooltip. To me, only effects are 100% needed. Yeah, actually, everything else is also needed. All of it. Requires a 12-core CPU, at least 5.4 gigahertz with a 4090. That's for 1080p setting with upscaling and frame generation. No, you need to know biome and light level as well when you buy something, so that you can determine if it's something that you can buy from a merchant or you can find in the current, season that you're playing in. That helps you determine relevancy for purchasing. Like if it's winter, it's like, oh yeah, I should probably buy some lavender. I'm out. It's winter. I can't get this in winter, so. Or it's, springtime and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna find more than enough for this. I don't need to buy it from the merchant right now. can do the giant floating tooltip. You know, the more optimal route would be refactoring the tooltips as a whole, but I don't know if I want to do that. Place with label in off season. Yeah, but then it's like what season? Which seasons? And you have to ask yourself, why are you buying things from a merchant in the first place? If you're looking at ingredients from a merchant, why would you be buying ingredients? To use them in alchemy. So you want to know their properties in alchemy at the time of purchasing, not afterwards. Messing with the glass? My glass is just fine. What glass? Like UI for Potionomics. Potionomics is also a significantly less deep game than ours. I do know Potionomics though. I like Potionomics. I'd say that I'm right on that one. 100%. 1000% I am right on that. And it's not even close. Trying to get the same glass effect that you had, and I can't get it. Which effect? Taste, smell, and look, but that doesn't mean that it has more depth to the amount of information that is relevant to one ingredient. If you want to count the number of individual things that are on our ingredients, we already have more. We have biomes, light level, and seasons because you can grow them and you can find them in different seasons. You can do different things with these ingredients, like change them into different states. You have up to 4 effects of different tiers, and you have 7 total flavor values. And then you have fishing information as well. That's already more. And then the relevancy of those different aspects to the final potion and the final potions on the NPCs themselves is already way more deep than Potionomics. But they're completely different games. Potionomics is not trying to be a deep RPG in that matter. Oh, where the lights are flashing and blending. I did fix that. I don't know if you were there for that, but I did fix that yesterday. I'll show you. But now we don't have that problem. I fixed it by disabling, let me find it. Blueprints, greenhouse, viewport. In the lighting, I turned off effect dynamic indirect lighting on the meshes that have the glass materials. They will still refract, and they'll still have local reflections, but now they won't be fucked over by lumen. Both that and affected distance field lighting did the exact same thing. I just don't know which one is better to turn off, so I just turned off dynamic indirect lighting. Well, here's the thing about contextual tooltips. While I agree that I would want to refactor my tooltips, the amount of time and work that would go into it might not be worth it for a prototype. Whereas I would just get a UI designer when we're working on a vertical slice who can do all of that better than either of us. Functionality over visual. That's the important thing. The problem with the tooltip, I just don't like how much space it takes up. That's about it. Like, I can make the merchant UI without changing our tooltips at all. It's just, it would be nice if there was a bit more space for things. But keeping the tooltip size that we have on the right hand side of the screen is for now the best use of our time, I think, because it's already working. Trying to fix a problem that doesn't seem to exist. No, I mean, there is no explicit problem. I just maybe having two separate buy and sell tabs. I'm just, you know, it gets easy to implement, just switching between your inventory and the inventory of the merchant. I don't know. I guess just gotta implement it and play around with it. It's all doable. I don't know where to put the player's money, though. We've never really made it relevant before. Put it like down here. Put each on one side. Player cash, merchant cash. Something like that. Well, we will have that. So if I pull up the Trello, you know, we do have hidden effects and effect discovery planned. But that's going to require a refactor of everything from UI to alchemy. Like a complete alchemy rework is necessary for that. So it is planned, just not yet. The intention is that when you pick up an ingredient for the first time, you don't know anything about it. Like, you have to discover its ingredients, you have to discover its flavor. I think here's the thing. If you pick up a pink flower and you're in the forest and it is springtime, you will discover that pink flowers can be found in the forest during springtime. Buy and sell tab make it harder for you to sell your stuff accidentally. Yeah, and there will be a confirmation, right? So there will be like a final bill, and then you can just confirm it or remove things from it. Well, I can do two things. So when building the inventory, I can tell the widgets to look like this or like this. I built both functionality into it. This one is nicer just, I guess, for seeing the visuals. They're a bit bigger. This one is great for when you have a longer list. The merchant themselves will probably not have a significant number of items. I doubt, if we use these size icons, I doubt that we would have more than one page. But the player, of course, this is the player with every ingredient. And this is not the best way to lay this out. Just placeholder. One type to buy and sell can mess you over. That's true. But again, as it says here, as a prototype, we prioritize functionality over visuals and, to some degree, user experience. Because I promise you, you can waste 80% of your time fixing up the UI to make it feel perfect for a prototype, where you're probably just going to iterate and fix up some of those systems in the next 3 years anyway. Having to refactor all those UIs early would be a pain and a waste of time. Finish system first, then make UI. Okay, we can do it. I do need to add player gold, though, into the game, if we don't already have it. Or the player inventory. I could refactor player inventory. Add gold to that. It's doable. Introduce bartering, circumvent gold. Item bartering would be significantly more difficult. It's not that I don't want it, but I think that a game that revolves around item bartering, it's its whole own beast of a system. Because it's one thing to do that in real life, where the amount of calculations that an individual does in their head to determine the worth of an item. But now you need to tell a computer how to determine the worth of an item according to that character. And then you need to communicate that to the player, which is in many cases the hardest part. Use an LLM. I'll pass on that. Goldfish memories. My memory is shit. LLMs have even worse memory. Okay, apparently if I do this, close and don't save. I was trying to look up some circumventing to the structure, invalid structure problem that you have when you change structures. Apparently if you change the structure, you save the structure, you close it, you don't save anything that it tells you to save, and you load it up, you won't have the problem. I've not tested it though, this is my first time. It seems like it worked. Yeah, actually that works. Okay. New method discovered. So if anybody else also has the problem with the invalid structure errors that will break your game and prevent packaging, change the structure, save only the structure, close the engine, save nothing that it tells you to save, reopen it, and everything is updated and no structure issues. GG. Hey Demon King, how's it going? It's going good. We are undertaking a bit of a larger addition today, which is starting on merchants. Which will be the NPCs that you can buy things from, right? Or sell things to. But I think it's going to take us I think it's going to take a little while. Because I don't have any data in like seeds or ingredients of how much those things should sell for, or if they should be sellable. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting journey here. Might take us a couple weeks max or something. I don't think it'll take us more than 1 week. Definitely not more than 2 weeks. To add merchants to the game and buying and selling. Player gold. Okay. Can we... There's a couple of cases where the player inventory is directly referenced that may need to be adjusted for the addition of gold. Yeah, just once or twice. Okay. Let's go through them. It would probably only be in places where we set the player inventory. Crystals instead of gold. I was actually thinking of using gold, silver, and copper. Because I don't know, maybe I'm just an old CRPG fan, but I like when games do that, rather than just having gold. And the math isn't too difficult to work out. Let's see here, where is set being used? a lot of grabbing. Yeah, that's just updating by reference. Okay, none of that's necessary. Test if player has potion. Get all potions, get all ingredients. No, these are just getters. Update ingredient. Inventory would also just... Yeah, these would just be setting by reference. Force all seeds to 99. I think this one does... Yep, just need this connected. A very special use case on that. For debugging. I don't think this one is used anymore. I think this was the old one. This was the old one that we moved to, or maybe not. Yeah, and that would reset book seeds. Okay, hold on, let me. Just delete it, you'll find out after. That's one way. This is a really old function that I'm just kind of letting hobble on. And like I said, it's for debugging, so it just needs to work. Doesn't really need to look pretty or be super maintainable. Get all seeds. I don't think I have one for books. How do I do it this way, though? Hold on, let me actually read this. It's not like I cleared the player's inventory, right? Let me check the UI for when the player does that. Maybe I can just fix this up. That's seeds. Add all ingredients. Yeah, I think I just need to reset the player's seed inventory or ingredient inventory. Should be pretty easy. Break. Set by reference. Make. A little bit awkward, but it'll work. And then we don't need to worry about this or anything. We would just... We should just be able to end that. Let me double check that. Okay. It did delete my seeds. Why did it delete my seed? Oh, because we are clearing the player's inventory. I thought this was a local variable. Do we even need that? That's better. Hey Dix, when in doubt about code, just do the easy fix, add more rocks to your map. Yeah, there seems to be a bug in my NPC. I think another rock by the waterfall will fix that. No, this is really old. Like week 2, I made this add 99 to all. I did this before we even had a proper inventory or anything. Yeah, we're good now. Okay. Okay, that's fixed. Force ingredient to 99. And these are just getters. Okay, so everything that references player inventory should be okay with the addition of gold. I need to display it for the player, which I can do in the inventory somewhere. Probably at the bottom of this somewhere. And I think I already have an icon for gold too. So let's do that. Border, vertical box, horizontal, scroll box. Duplicate. Horizontal box. Let's go image, text. Probably should be okay. T gold coins. Oop, pretty big. As by far worst of any project. Can't express how much I loathe working with widgets. I kind of like working with widgets. I just wish I was more talented with visual design. I can make your UI functional. I cannot guarantee in any way that it will be pretty. But I'm kind of sick in the sense that I like working with widgets. Very sick in the head indeed. Lower that to 10. That'll work. It will work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. I do outline. Oop. We'll see how that works. The problem I can make it work, but I have the creativity of a walnut, so it always looks bad, dude. You and me both. That's why I'm a systems designer, not a UI designer. AI to generate a template. The problem is just like layout, user experience, and art. At least for me. Too small. Number's fine, icon is tiny. T player gold, load widget. Probably just throw it in here and recalculate it for every. And it's really easy. It's just getting one variable from the player's inventory. Get player gold. Done. Easy. These use templates and I change them to my liking. Get a template for the outline. I feel like our game is gonna be pretty heavy though for like if it was just like a simple, I don't know, like a. Or here's the reality: make a game that doesn't require a UI, like The Witness. We were talking about that the other day, right? When in doubt, just make a game that doesn't need any sort of UI at all. Okay, I will add like an update player gold function later. For now, we just need to grab it. It needs a UI. Oh, I didn't make it a variable. There we go. Oop. Okay, easy. You have a UI when you walk around. The only thing I have right now is the contextual tooltips in the bottom right and the tutorial, which you can hide. Small version number in the bottom left too. Hard to see. And everything else is pretty much just contextually shown. I try to keep it pretty clean. We will, you know, have like players' health and stuff in the future, so there will be a bit more, but I believe those will just be contextually shown, just like when you have a potion and, you know, add it to your hotbar, right? So the hotbar is only shown when you need it to be relevant, and then it disappears. Are you talking about me in IRL? What was my life like solo leveling? No, I just did 10 push-ups. I pulled a bar. Time to level up. Plus 10 social credit score for the progressives. Let me double check that this works just by cheating some gold in. I can format the gold too, you know, I'm gonna do that. Oh. Wait a second. Integer to text automatically formats it like a number with commas? Since when? It hasn't always done that, right? For any of you that use Unreal? Your inventory system should be like a backpack or a cart you pull along. I think it'd be cool if it looked like a satchel. If it was like a satchel art with the grid inside of it, I think that would look pretty cool. Okay, seriously though, since when did integer to text conversion automatically format that? And have I just missed that for like the last 10 years that I've worked on this? Apparently use grouping. Wild. I guess I never checked that. That's cool though, I like that. Good feature. I was just actually about to add that to the integer. Like a new function to format integer for text. Okay, player has gold. We show gold. We do not ever update gold. Gold is not relevant for anything yet. What's our next step? Probably making the UI here. And I can just test it out by mocking it all up, you know, when you play a game and forcing this to appear. Yeah. Okay, let's make it. You seen your message? I have not. I don't have Discord open at the moment. Barter. I think I'll just change it to... I'm just gonna make a new folder for merchant. Leave all the old barter stuff there. WBP. Merchant HUD. No, great. You just dump your bag to see what is in your... and put your hand in and pull out a random item in it. I mean, the idea of dumping things would be pretty funny for an inventory system where, like, you're just some dumb barbarian, right? All strength, no intelligence, and your satchel, you just upend it on the ground and all of the physics-based items just plop all over the ground until you get what you want. So if you need a health potion, you just dump everything mid-combat, find the health potion, everything else is rolling around and getting kicked around by combat. And then afterwards, you gotta pick it back up. The funny thing is, it's so antithetical to good game design that you could make a really funny game that's centered around that idea. And it kind of encourages the player to keep a small inventory too, so they don't have as many things to pick up. It's really stupid, but I think it would actually be pretty funny. You would have to counterbalance it with how many times the player is expected to dump their inventory on the ground, right? At a certain point, the joke does wear off. Merchant HUD. Well, the tooltips we can pull in. I think that's this one. Let me double check what I do for the inventory. Oh no, I just throw the info panels in there. Yeah, that's doable too. You have slots in your belt for a few items like potions, a few slots. I'm just envisioning like a Doom style game, but you're like, you know, Conan the Barbarian. Move it further over. Some few weapons like an arm strap belt and the slot in your backpack. I could see it working. I could see also there being a couple puzzles that you have to solve, like pressure plates, like Indiana Jones style, and you just do it by dumping your entire pack. Or just break the puzzle. You don't solve puzzles. You break them. So now the puzzle itself becomes, how can you use your strength instead of your intelligence to do things? Yeah, that'll work. Could throw these in the scale box too. I might do that. This is like an idea of this game. Something from, what was that, like game name generator? What was the cool one we use? This one. I like this one a lot. Barbie's Ice Cream Journey. Monster Jetpack Rangers. Kinky Army Showdown. Now see, that's for the ladies. Sleepy Military Farmer. The Last Crystal of Death. Ah, see, now that's a good fantasy title. It's the Last Crystal of Death. Grown from the underbelly of the world. Anyone in range of these crystals would die. The game PvP. Pretty good. But it's like some magic bag, right? So you have like tiny satchel, but just giant warhammer falls out of it. It's like some endless cartoon style thing where it's just massive things just endlessly dropping out of it onto the ground. And no effort has been put into to debug the physics, so things are just clipping with each other, flying off outside of the map. Your legendary warhammer just clipped with like a meat pie. It's so horrible. It's such a stupid idea, but I love it. I can reuse the inventory list we have for the player and merchant. The issue is that it's a bit shite, to be honest. Tempted to remake it. Tempted to remake it. I'd rather work with the UI than do what you're doing. What are you doing right now? Don't say watching this stream. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, using the UE5 modeling tools to add materials to meshes I made in Blender. Using the UE5 modeling tools to add materials. I thought like materials would already be on the meshes. You would just have to make the materials and apply them. That's been the case when I import like FBX files and such. You know, it'd probably be better just to duplicate the inventory list, but also I don't know. I'll have to remake some of these. I don't want to remake some of these. But the widgets that we create will be different, but they'll be similar. We'll do what we can. You need to repaint different parts of the walls. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, adding material slots. Yeah, I thought that's something that you set up in the, like you would do it in Blender, right? You'd have different material slots and then just create like different material instances or something. But I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know anything about art. Pumpkinhead play. How are you doing today? Let's lower the size of this just a tad. Wait, but the UE5 tool is actually really good, so I don't bother setting anything else up in Blender. Really? Like if you had, I don't know, one of these walls, right? And you have these 3 material slots. It is easier to set this up in the modeling tools. Interesting. The only thing I use is a kit basher, asset forge, because it's about the extent of my skills. And when you have like a part or something that you use, if you make a primitive, you can paint them with different materials. And then if I were to import this into Unreal, these would already be set up as separate elements. I don't know if it's as easy to do that in Blender, but nice with this. see. Complete. Player. Merchant. Yes, this is a very stupid way of doing it. You can paint polys in the UE5 tool, so you make a collage of colors of the same face. Hard to explain. Yeah, that is pretty easy. As long as your mesh is set up well. It's nice for editing things too that are, you know, like missing some, you know, that don't have those elements separate. I mean, I was actually looking at doing that the other day. That's pretty nice. I gotta get into doing those more. Yeah, there was something like I think it was either these lights or something, or it was something else where it was all just one giant mesh, right? Including the, it's all just one element. So it'd be nice if I would be able to, you know, I could cut it off here, make this lantern a separate mesh, and then I could paint the polys for the outside of the light to be different material than the metal part. Would be nice. Yeah, I've seen the chopping of meshes, which is pretty nice. So if you have something like a windmill that is just one mesh unmoving, you can just chop off the mill part of it using the tools, and you can animate that part separately. It's pretty powerful. It's a pretty powerful little editor. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I need to use it more, and I need to remember that it exists more. Because I'll get a mesh and I'll be like, oh, I wish those were separate, or I wish that was, they had more material slots. And I'm like, oh well, it is what it is. Forgetting that I could fix those things up. I don't remember what. There was something else recently too that we were working with yesterday that I thought about that. Do not remember what it was. Okay, we'll need 2 pieces here. We'll need the player's gold and the merchant's gold. Wrap that with a vertical box. So I can throw text in. Player. Center justify. And I can duplicate this. Merchant. I can think of some quality of life that I could put on here, but I'll do that after it's working. Basically showing what will happen after the transaction if it's accepted. What the new gold amounts would be. This is a start though. The Lyra tools. What are the Lyra tools? Is this something for like automating modular stuff like that? I could pull this over. Select it. That'll handle those. That'll handle like the sub tabs. Let me pull it into my level and see. Nope. Included in the sample layer project, but they're building tools for meshes. The wall tool can build any type of wall with opening for windows, doors, trims for rooftops. Those are probably using the brushes then, right? Like the box brushes and stuff? Or is it something different? I've worked with the brushes in the past, and they were kind of shit. Like they're really good for prototyping, but they have a lot of like lighting issues because of the way the materials are set up on them. I think that, and they by default will not have any collision with certain things. I don't know. I had a lot of we tried using like the brushes. Do they still have them? Yeah, like these. For anybody who hasn't used these, they are pretty cool. Really nice for prototyping quick things, but oh, it's nothing like those? Okay. It's okay. Yeah, I've used these in the past and they were nice, but definitely good for prototyping, not for anything beyond that. Maybe we just didn't know how to use them well. It's still similar to the brushes. It's a similar idea, but it's like brushes 2.0 at a certain point. Yeah, they are nice. Honestly, if you're like a level designer in Unreal, you should probably learn how to use these. Like very well. You should learn how to use them very, very well. I'll have to play around with them sometime. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. Want to see a part of the level I did using the modeling tool? Yeah, go for it. Show me. Hold on. Okay. That size is workable. Workable. When I use this tab color update, let's change this to update sub tab color. I think in the inventory list we first run switch tab, which will then run update tab color. New sub tab. Hey August, thank you for the raid.
AUG16 Ferated my stream with 5 viewers.
It's true. Thank you, man. How you doing today? How's your oh god, your optimization for mobile? Hey Cutsburn. Bugs galore. Oh fuck. Are you fixing them though? Cause at least it feels good to fix them, right? They're sent. Oh, I gotta load up Discord. What's up with the guy to try to make full staircase out of cubes, thinking I built things like Lego? Hey, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I gotta play with the Lyra tools. They're pretty cool. I didn't know they could do that much. Plan to add 1 feature, end up creating 5 bugs. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Let me see. I think I need that as an input. Just need the tab to switch to. Or with this, keep it easy. Update main tab color. By features, not bugs. I don't know, I don't think the players are gonna see it the same way. I wish though. I don't know why I don't just do a select here too. Alright, let's get the button set up. Unreleased. Unreleased. We'll have to read the Boolean in switch tab to determine. Okay, we're still on potions, but we're on the merchant's potions now. Alright, that should work. We just need to set to the default for these. Okay, easy. Easy game. On construct. This should be default on player tab true. PCG tools. I think PCG is kind of cool, but PCG also is no different than PCG in games. It should be used as a tool to speed up early iteration or to add non-interactable sorts of like cluttering. But I think when it comes time for actually putting in interactables into gameplay elements, I don't know if PCG is really that great of a tool. I think No Man's Sky is a good example of that. Not that No Man's Sky is bad, or in my opinion, or anything, just that at a certain point, once you've seen one fully PCG generated world, you've seen all of them. Better examples, I think, would be games like Minecraft or Terraria that just build you a different looking sandbox each time, but have enough depth and user-driven mechanics and systems that the PCG is a way to add variety, but not a way to supplement. What's a good word to use here? To supplement gameplay, I guess. Speeds and realistic plant growth. Yeah, I think that the way that they showed it is exactly the way that you should use it. You know, build your pathing, set up the general path, use PCG to build around it, especially because none of what they showed in that initial jungle demo was interactable in gameplay. But then your level designers can go in and set up specific scenes, right? More for building interior buildings, more friendly to the user. That makes sense. Okay. Switching tab. Potions, ingredients, seeds, and other. Yeah, I could use the grid for this. Or stick to what I was doing with the regular inventory. At least temporarily. We could also change the potion inventory over to be similar to the ingredient inventory. I don't know if we want to do that though. Hold on. Unhook those. What I like about the ingredient setup is that it shows the name. Would require a refactor of these because they are draggable. And they do have that hotbar number on them. With Red Deer Games. It sounds familiar, but maybe I'm mistaking it with something else. And publisher? Video games, hentai girls. Hentai golf. Oh boy. Polish company. The guys came snooping. I'd be careful. If this is a Polish publisher, I'd be a little careful. Everything I know about Polish publishers, their percentages are high. Not in all cases, but in a lot of cases. Can't even load up their website. Awarded the fastest growing game dev company in Central Europe category. Shut the fuck up. I think or not. AAA Clock 2. What a title. How much did they spend on that one? Pro Gymnast Simulator. AAA Clock 2. Okay, so it's an actual game. Could have fooled me. I'm specialized in Switch ports. They might pay another company to port. There's some good Polish porting companies. I have never heard of Red Deer Games in all my talks with publishers. I can't even get on their website. That's a good start. Their games hentai in the title on their website. Yeah, I don't know, man. According to Forbes, ranked among top 50 Polish game producers. Are there even 50 Polish game producers? No shit, they're in the top 50 because there are like not more than 50. I don't think I've ever seen them at a Polish conference. I'm gonna be honest. Service unavailable. Bajanoki. Looking them up, the Nintendo Switch community seems to hate them. Oh, really? Where did you find that? Game publisher. I should be careful. They do have hentai games. Red Deer Games. They have 25,000 followers. Pretty good. But they only get like 6 or 7 likes. 25,000 followers, but you can't get more than 10 likes when you tweet out about some of the games you're making. One of these things is not like the other. Yes, let me buy a Nintendo Sound alarm clock. Because when I think of using my Nintendo Switch, the first thing that comes to mind is keeping it on all night so that it can be my alarm clock. They're glazing Nintendo and so are. Yeah, I think honestly, if you're looking for like a Switch publisher, there are much better publishers out there. Much better. Speaking of. I mean, look, they have roughly the same amount of followers. They get much better likes per post too. Better in Poland as well. Yeah. 11-bit Studios is great. I've met with them. I've talked to a couple guys working there, and we will be talking to them more like in depth with Cauldron Chronicles. I can definitely recommend them. 11-bit's awesome. I don't know these guys other than their website doesn't work. That's all I can say. And I don't think I've ever seen them. To be fair though, I haven't published on Nintendo, so I wouldn't have met with them. I don't know, you can always say, hey, okay, send me what you plan to do with my game and how much you plan to take. And then you can share that info with me. Oh, slow. My networking is going hard. At this rate, I might launch the publishing division before we even finish a game. You want to have a publishing division for your company? That's expensive. 90% us, 10% you. Deal or no deal. Yeah, right. Didn't even know not safe for work games were allowed on Nintendo Switch. Yeah, I didn't either. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're hentai, but it's like just, you know, girls in swimsuits. Some sliding puzzle where at the end you get a picture of a AI generated waifu with her swimsuit on. Thai chickens, yeah, that's exactly it. I'll tell you what, if you want your own publishing division, it is expensive. You need a lot of people. You need legal, you need marketing, you need community, you need production. You're gonna need translations, potentially people who can be liaisons between porting and other companies. And you need a lot of specialized knowledge about production of a game that is very different from making a game. I worked for one company once that we did some initial estimations on how much it would cost to set up a small indie publishing arm of the company, and it would be many, many millions of dollars to actually just get it started and off the ground. And you probably want some game developers that are part of it too, so that they can provide good feedback, especially like designers. Okay, switch tab. Tab to switch to. All this can be copied directly over. We grab that inventory reference anywhere. Yeah, that's for the inventory. The switch info panel. We'll want to cache the merchant HUD. It's most definitely not safe for work, really. Kind of looks like it has AI art. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's cheap. They know they can make money off of it. The number of gooners that will buy any game with naked people in it is pretty high. Yeah, I'll just copy this over to the HUD. To make it for free. Probably the better idea. Legendoki, thank you for the follow. Dzień dobry. Jak się masz? Yeah, do this. Okay. Up over here. Somewhere. Here we go. And we want to switch info panel every time we switch tab 2. So let's update colors. That's fine. Make not safe for work Pal World clone. I think we're gonna get a lot of Palworld clones or similar ideas to it, where they take some really basic idea and just add guns. I think it's gonna be the new zombie genre, new Minecraft like. Once they see how much money it's generated, right? Survival craft plus guns. And they're all just gonna be much worse than Palworld. What did Donkey this year is all about hitting people with a sword. I think, I don't know, Guncraft, new genre. You could make a game called Guncraft. If I had to think of what's popular right now to make, I think we're still in the realm of cooperative multiplayer games. 1 to 4 players, if you had to ask me. Whether or not hitting stuff with a sword is as relevant, I wouldn't say it is. Toto. Future of AAA. He's got his own publishing now. I don't know what they're publishing though. But they've probably done some good market research. Really just depends on the niche you're trying to. I think any game can work. There's a niche for everything. There are very few genres that you can't make a successful game in financially. There are just niches with more money that are going to be spent. Yeah, they published Animal Well. But I wouldn't say that Animal Well was a trendsetter. And I don't think it was all. I also don't think that it was fitting any certain trend. It was just a good game that fit its niche. If we had to guess what the new trend is, I still think we're on multiplayer, especially co-op multiplayer games. But multiplayer games in general are just huge right now. In a weird place right now where most things feel like a scam, yeah. Nothing's ever good enough for Dad. I mean, if we just look at like top sellers. City builders are still pretty popular right now, but really it all comes down to, you can just check Steam, most played games. It's just like what you're gonna find is just multiplayer, multiplayer, multiplayer. For the most part. I think farming sims are starting to die down a little bit, but that doesn't mean you can't make a successful farming sim. And there's still a very active niche for simulators of all types. Roguelikes are still pretty popular. Balatro proves that. Sure, RTS games will be popular again. I think RTS games will be popular again. Turn-based, I think strategy games as a whole just need to be reignited a bit. I mean, you can see that turn-based RPG games are still really popular, where before you wouldn't be able to get a very good budget if you said, yeah, we're making a, turn-based CRPG. I think Baldur's Gate 3's success proves that, no, people just need good turn-based CRPGs. John Blow Games reminds me, gotta get my hands on this programming language. Yeah, he is working on one, isn't he? I like Jonathan Blow. He's got some hot takes, but he's mostly right. He makes some good games. OBS is on Steam? There are 14,000 people using OBS Studio right now. That's crazy. What the hell are they doing? Yeah, it's the Steam OBS. Like you got OBS via Steam and use it via Steam. That just seems kind of weird to me. Hotbar. I don't think Hotbar is going to be as relevant. I don't think I care about showing Hotbar info in the merchant window. Use your game engine via Steam? Which one is that? Is that like RPG Maker or something? You like watching your hours tick up? I can't blame you there. The dopamine is pretty nice. Maybe their friends can see them live on their OBS on Steam. They might have big brains. Time to get OBS on Steam. That could be. Okay, instead of doing a branch for is on player tab, I think I'll just grab a different array for the potions. We need some data table to store what the merchant has brought you. You know, what the merchant has to sell. I think I can just mock that up right now. Like the next big thing no one could imagine. I kind of agree with you, Necropolis. I think it's also quite impossible just to look at the trends on Steam and to be able to successfully make a game that can fit that trend. It's just... You never know when you're going to hit that right momentum of success and luck to go viral. And sometimes with a lot of these niches, you're competing with a very, very big active audience or, competition of games. That in order to actually stick out above that, you need to make something that is in some way fresh and new. By the time you're done, the trend could be over. That too, yeah. I mean, look at the number of people that made Valheim-like games, and now Valheim is just kind of... It's not dead by any means, but it's certainly not going to be... You not only need to compete with Valheim, you need to compete with the playtime that Valheim players have. So you almost need to target people that are tired of Valheim, in which case copying Valheim isn't probably going to make them jump to your game. You need to do something new and fresh. I don't know how many players are still playing Valheim. Still quite a lot. 13.7 thousand. But yeah, it is a huge risk. I got up to like 300 viewers on the Xbox app. Everyone coming in telling me I want to join your voice call and keep asking what the hell. Coffee Stain, by the way, is a very good publisher. You would know them for a lot of really nice stuff. Deep Rock, Satisfactory, Goat Sim 3, Valheim, Songs of Conquest. They know how to pick good games. Okay, let's just mock this up right now. Make array. The only thing is we won't want these potions to be draggable, and they will be. Okay, let's see. Ingredients, ing, toadstool, N, effect ID, E, fear, 2. And we'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once got rated by 55 people all telling me please ban me. You have to be careful too, because I think that getting banned on people's streams can flag you by Twitch's internal system. And you may have difficulties chatting in other people's chats because you are flagged as like a likely harasser or bot or something, and that they're going to monitor your account. So like, just note, ideally not the greatest getting banned from other people's Twitch chats. All right, let's see if that at all works. Gotta hook it up. Access none. Trying to read merchant HUD ref. Why? Oh, because we do switch tab first. Hold on. We have to make the reference first. Out of order. I see nothing appearing for the merchant. Select is on player tab. Oh, so, I mean, it should make this potion. Oh, because we're checking if the player's potions. We actually want to do that. My bad. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Better. That is draggable though, isn't it? I know it is, and I know that if I hover over it and I press something, it's gonna add it to my... I'll try to add it to my hotbar. But it is draggable. I need to refactor the inventory items just a little bit. I could make new... You know what, let me do this. Unbanned when you quacked. Unbanned when you said you'd like to stream. But don't tell me you're a graphic designer, so I did. Banned you for living in Cali? What? What? Are streamers really just handing out bans that loosely? I don't think I've ever banned any real person in my chat in the over year that I've been streaming on this channel. Okay, I can prevent this from getting... Oh. Speaking of banning not real people. Got him. I haven't been banned from anywhere yet. I haven't checked where if my account has gotten banned. I don't know if it has. Okay, this can all be deleted. Not relevant. I mean, I don't do anything other than stream on this account, so I've never like interacted with people's chats. The only thing that I would ever think would get me banned on this account is if somebody knows me and doesn't like me, and so just bans this account for whatever reason. Unfortunately, I have made some enemies in my time. I mean, Asmon does, but yeah, but Asmon's also a larger channel. I think larger channels have to give out bans pretty often. I mean, even somebody who's really wholesome like Co-Carnage, right? You get some people that just come in there and ask really stupid things, or are just toxic. And you play it smart. It's like if somebody's toxic, if somebody doesn't want to be in your chat in good faith, then yeah, it's better to ban them. Just look up a name idea for a hypothetical studio you would open to see if it's taken or not. I did that when we were starting our studio. I did a lot of research to see if Microraptor games would be safe to use. And you can use the same name if you're in, at least in the US, if you're in different categories of trademark, right? So if there was for some reason a Microraptor Games clothing brand, I could open up Microraptor Games and be just fine because I'm not in clothing. There's no market overlap there. There might be some confusion though, and that's why it's just better safe than sorry. Find something that's unique. What if someone's toxic but they're also cute? Never stick your dick in crazy. Or get stuck into by crazy. Don't do it. It's never worth it. There's a channel called Lazy Fang Games and everyone thinks it's me. Time to change your name, I guess. Don't ban people that don't deserve. I have yet to see any super legitimate individual that Asmon has banned from his chat that didn't probably deserve it in some way. I mean, he can get angry and ban people. Like, I agree, that happens to a lot of streamers. Like, just, look, if the streamer is angry, better not to type anything in chat. If they're known for banning people when they're angry. But a lot of the times when I see people get banned from Asmon's chat, it's people who want to argue in bad faith. Like deliberately misrepresenting something that he says in order to get a reaction or to create a clip. Looked up Avalanche Studio Interactive and learned there are 2 studios with Avalanche in their name. I only know of one. The one in Sweden that I almost worked for. Which would have been cool. I'm kind of sad I didn't get that job. On drag detected. we send amount override of -1 to the junk info panel? I don't know. The one that made Hogwarts Legacy in the US? I think that's probably a branch of Avalanche. Because Avalanche is like the family, right? And then you have all the companies below it. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, where do we use the inventory ref? Oh, it's for the ingredient info panels. Okay, so we want to change that to a merchant HUD ref. I'm gonna use this owned by Warner Brothers, but it's all the same company, right? It can't be different. Avalanche Software. It's a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. No way, this is different. Wait, they are different? What? I legit thought these were the exact same companies. Avalanche Studios and Avalanche Software. Oh fuck, that just blew my mind. Okay. Wonderful. Now I have to remember that these are two different studios. Thanks for telling me that, I guess. Yeah, look, I won't ban people. Unless you're being an asshole, right? We've had lots of bad takes in here. We had somebody who defended eugenics in chat. You know, that was an interesting talk. I'm not going to ban people for that. You know, I think it's more interesting to have a conversation around stuff like that, so... as long as you're not like an asshole, you're like being a dick to other people in chat or whatever. And if anything, I'll just, you know, give out warnings if there's something that's like, hey, let's just move on to a different topic or something. Once you get larger, I think you do have to start taking a better stance on that, right? Because you need to cater your community to the community that you want, and allowing toxic people to take an inch can actually just discourage other people from joining the chat because they see that the chat is unfriendly to them. But we are a safe space, you know, we're tagged for safe space. We're a safe space for people who want to voice opinions that may not be mainstream. Just know that I might challenge those opinions. And I welcome people challenging mine. That's why there's timeout. Yeah, I think timeout works, especially, but it's like, some people might just be like drunk. I don't know, they might be drunk, they might just be a little bit crazy one day, even though they're not normally like that. It's like, I'm just gonna time you out for a day, let you go to sleep, come back, and we'll see what happens after that. Today's topic, slavery. Slavery is an interesting topic, though. Make some new music. To me, slavery is interesting because I never really understood what had to go through an individual's mind to consider someone so inhuman that they're like, yes, it's okay if I treat this person as subhuman. To me, that's just wild. Switch info panel. Oop. Calm down. Okay, any other place that the inventory ref was used? Let's determine that. Set selected. They've mentioned the fact that for most of human history, slaves are prisoners of war. They were used as replacement labor for people that were killed in fighting. That's a good point. Now we have too many people. Okay, inventory, item, merchant. Problem with passing through the inventory index is that what can we do here? Because that works for player. Because we grab the item type and then the index, and we grab the item at that index. For the merchant's inventory, I mean, I guess we could use the same player inventory structure for the merchant too. I mean, I could grab whether or not we're on the player tab. Would that be the better solution, though? It's hacky. It's hacky, but it'll work. Let's try it. But then I need to make just a data table to store merchant temporary data. I'll probably refactor this at some point. But if we use the same structure, then I can just duplicate the functions, or I can just add in a boolean for, you know, are we grabbing the players, or are we grabbing the merchants' goods? ST. I mean, I think just player inventory would do it. It does say player goal. I could change that to just gold. Oh, I'll just use it for now. Use Starfield's inventory system. They link the chest to the NPC it's attached to. I mean, what I'll be doing is kind of similar. Just that there's no physical representation of the merchant's inventory. I mean, what I think they're doing with Starfield is they're probably just copying really old ways of handling inventory because it works. You know, Skyrim also had like the Dawnstar chest, which you could infamously cheat and open up. So they've at least had it since Skyrim, and it seems to work fine for them. Sorry about that. However, they have merchants set up. I don't know. But apparently having a chest full of items is the easiest way to handle it for them. Wonder why. But I think once I get this tested, I will then dynamically generate the merchant's inventory. You know, we'll deepen it a bit and make sure that there are some items that are I can force to the top that I want the player to have access to right off the bat, or I can put, you know, conditions on spawning those items in merchant inventory. But this will be a good start. Merchant 1. Usually they put the item in the chest and they can just link it to the NPC. Well, they still change that chest contents out, so they do it for some reason. Probably because they don't store. Probably because they want to separate the NPC's own inventory from the store inventory. And something in the creation engine makes it easier for them to just draw that information from a chest and then reload it. Probably because they can treat it like a dungeon randomly generated chest, right? Where at a certain point they can just trigger, okay, regenerate the chest, and it's all separated from the NPC itself. I want mine to be a little bit deeper than that, though. Or just differently handled. But I'm not going to worry about that now, because that's further down the line. Once after I get the UI working, then I can start to refine how items show up. I know this is going to look... It's going to be bad, though. It's going to be bad. It's going to be really hacky and barely working. And then we're never going to touch it again. until vertical slice. Okay, let's make a couple of potions. Just do that, it's fine. It doesn't have to be crazy. The chest setup for the NPCs was around ever since EverQuest. Clearly it is a popular solution then. Fermented. Let's go with Aetherlight and restore health. Okay, that'll work. Potions are kind of annoying to manually make. Other... I don't remember my junk IDs. I'll try J Sword. I think it's J underscore. I don't think it's junk underscore. Books? I guess I can see. Book Goblin Lore. Seeds. I think seed underscore ingredient name is the correct way that I set it up. I'll double check. Underscore N. Okay. Okay, that will be a start for testing. Let's make some functions. Git merchant. I'll make a base one, get merchant inventory. Random hard-coded strings. Looks painful. I mean, define hard-coded strings in this case. Because I can just I could pull them from a string table. I just don't for testing. Inventory ID. Would actually need to. I would need to store the merchant's current inventory in the game instance, or on the merchant, NPC itself. But I think the game instance will be a little bit cleaner. That way, once you sell stuff to them, you can, it gets added and you could buy it back if you wanted to. You manually type all those IDs in multiple places. It's not too hard to do. I only have to do it here just because I'm manually setting this up for testing purposes. Most of these have print cases where it will tell you if they're mistyped. What I could do is just reference a data table. So I could change item ID into a reference to the data table row, which would be a little bit safer, but it's not a big deal. I've worked with all this stuff long enough that I don't make mistakes too often. Yeah, let's store this in current merchant inventory. Okay, beautiful. Could break that too. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. Because I'll have to do that anyway to access the shit in there. I might want specific things from these. What comes after potions? Junk. Okay. Could we make one global update merchant inventory? Probably? Probably. We just need to pull in an array of F names and an array of potions. And probably also gold change. Although I'm not going to worry too much about gold just yet. Fuck. No, it'd be better to do it individually. Similar to what we do with the player. I could refactor the player inventory functions too. It'll be cleaner if I do it separately. Update. Let's start with ingredients. Either just run that or I could just run merchant inventory. Things we will call the player's inventory, we just need to switch that to merchant. Or set it to a local variable. Definitely don't want to run check ingredient types discovered. That can be deleted. Show loot no, we don't want to show the loot slider on that. Yeah, none of that's relevant. think that's fine. Just no loot slider. Green ID is being removed. Amount to add. Show on loot widget. Delete that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay, potions next. Okay, show on loot widget, remove. Similarly to here, we can replace this. I know it doesn't show me the proper local variable sometimes. That's annoying. Potion hotbar. It's doing fine. Potion data. Remove index. Remove index. Yeah, we don't need this. Alright, local variable for that. Connect her up. Ooh. Please don't do that. Okay, that's for loot widget. Delete. delete. Okay, book inventory. The player can't sell books, so that isn't really relevant. But I'll make it anyway. There might be a lot of very specific things in here for the player, though, that worst case I just won't make the function. We'll probably want to in the merchant's inventory too. We'll want to filter out books that the player already owns, because they're kind of just like buy once, right? That'll be easy to do though. Yeah, this stuff is not relevant. Okay, merchant, seed inventory. I think this is pretty much the same as ingredients in terms of its logic. ID and amount, essentially. Delete those. Delete. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's good. Get player gold can be moved up to the inventory category. And all of these can be set to merchant. Okay, I don't remember what I was doing before that. Probably this. Get ingredient from index. When building the index, we'll want to grab the right one. Yeah, okay, so yeah, this could be done. Although I don't have get merchant ingredient potion junk and seed from index. Okay, hold on. I'll make those two. Those are easy. They're actually a lot easier now because we can just do this. Get merchant ingredients. Get merchant junk from index. Hopefully I don't accidentally break anything on the player's side in this process. Probably will. Yeah, that should be all. The only item type for inventory item is that we don't have is the book. I thought we did make that though. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, we should be able to do get based on is on player tab. We run that, or grab the merchant's ingredient. Theoretically, it should work. I have no clue. Okay, we'll do this for each category. Well, I could boil these down into collapse nodes if we want to. Might do that. That's better. Okay, let's move down, get some space. Get merchant potion from index. Alright, this is get potion from index. Okay, get merchant junk from index. I don't know why we passed through the amount override of -1. I thought we were supposed to pass through the amount owned, but I'm gonna double check. I'm sure there'd be plenty of bugs we gotta fix with this. Okay, that looks good. Next one. Okay. And then when we build the inventory for the tab, we need to probably just reconfigure how this is set up as a whole. The select is kind of fine. But I need to do the validation before. They're a bit long. Making a little bit of spaghetti. And let's see. We'll need to update the merchant data because we've stored that in the game instance. So probably want a new function for update merchant inventory. I'm gonna rename that. Change merchant inventory ID. That'll work for now. Kind of lame, but whatever. So first, let's let's do this. Grab the game instance. Set current merchant inventory to null. I think it will be okay with that. New ID, input, fname. So weird, why does it do that? Alright, merch inventory. I guess I don't even need to clear it, I could just set it directly. That will wipe it. No merchant inventory found with ID. And for the sake of testing this on the merchant inventory, I'll just quickly set this to update ID. We'll see, I probably missed something. I do see 2 potions. It's not showing the info panel though. Should be. It is grabbing the right thing, right? Merchant HUD. Build info panel. Which should set them to be visible. It wasn't giving me an error that it couldn't find it. Yeah, there's even redundancy here too. Which info panel? Why you no work? I don't think we're building the right class. In the inventory. No, we are not. That's the reason. Okay, set selected and update panel. Beautiful. Definitely working. Let me think here. I need to... I want to get some default shit into the player's inventory. Test those out too. I think on the level blueprint, I'll just quickly run force all seeds to 99. I'm gonna do a delay on there just to make sure that everything is loaded in. It doesn't need to happen immediately, it just needs to happen at some point. Get actor of class shelf. Force ingredient inventory to 99. I could probably quickly adjust the player's first person BP temporarily just to force some of these potions in. I might keep that, change it, to be honest. I might use that in other places too. Okay, test potion. Go back here. I'm gonna do a for loop. Run it 5 times. Okay, that should add all ingredients, all seeds, and 5 potions. And I could even add some junk too. Okay, so we can see the 5 test potions by the player. Switching the big tabs does seem to work, and the smaller ones, not the smaller ones. Because I don't have anything hooked up to the logic of switching the smaller tabs. Not yet, only the potions one. The potions one is working. Gold isn't hooked up yet. Alright, let's hook up the other tabs then. Way too many things open. Don't need that. Okay, would it be better just to copy these? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll just copy and adjust these manually. Whatever. Using the radar chart widget? Yeah, I am. Pretty easy to set up. I'm pretty happy with it. Very cheap. Very nice. Definitely recommend. I just need to do that. Here too. It might as well. It's got a lot of functionality and customizableness. Custom. You can customize it a lot. I actually kind of like that about English. So many different ways to rephrase something if you don't know the right words. Yeah, we handle tab color elsewhere. Make these discard. Get all ingredients. Only owned. Why ingredient indices? Right. Is that relevant to the merchant? Potentially. Why is it relevant? It is relevant because I don't remove the index of merchant ingredients if that value reaches 0. But if I did that, I would not need to worry about this. Okay. I can fix that. Merchant inventory. Would I remove index like this? I guess I'll try it. We don't want to remove the indices of the player because the player has knowledge. So when they discover an ingredient, especially like a different state of that ingredient, like if you grind it up or whatever, we don't want to remove that info from the player's inventory. So I kind of cheat it by just not removing the index. I just show that the player doesn't have any of that ingredient anymore. For the merchant, though, we don't want to show that in their inventory that they had an ingredient but they don't own any of it. It just looks weird. Because of that, I can do this instead. And that it should allow me to simply use array index as the inventory index. For the player, we only want to show owned items, but for the merchant, we just want to show everything. However, because this is set up to show both, I will need to do a select on that inventory index. Is on player tab true, then we do need to grab that. Otherwise, just return the index. A little awkward. Oopsies. Okay. Yeah, delete these. Need some more space. I wish I could switch those around. Whatever. Embrace the spaghetti. Oh, yeah, just temporarily. Yeah, a couple of issues is that it's showing the amount the player owns on that. Pretty sure I gave the merchant Toadstool normal, not Lavender normal. Maybe I mistook that. Yeah, ING Toadstool and Lavender D. Something is getting passed through wrong. Probably from this. Who the hell knows? Let me see. Oh, that is the wrong class. Hold on. That could be potentially related. It actually says Toadstool. So that's a little awkward, okay. The player's version seems fine. Just the merchants. The merchants ones are weird. Okay. Set up ingredients. Yeah, because we need to run information of whether or not this is actually item that's part of the merchant's inventory or part of the. Okay. I see. I see. Yeah. Get merchant potion from index. Okay, the one for ingredients is a little bit chunkier. A lot chunkier. We'll just collapse it down though, so no worries. Yeah, I don't have a function for get ingredient amount from the merchant. I could do get merchant ingredients. Grab a copy at that index. And then what I could do is get ingredients struck. So there's a couple solutions we have to this problem. And then now we have data and the amount. Data ID and amount. And all we need is the data and amount. Okay. Yeah, that should work. Okay, setup. Let's collapse these down to save space. Setup item potion. Setup item ingredients. Beautiful. Okay, get merchants. Oh, junk from index. Makes the stream almost classy. is City of the Barbarian Heroes of Might and Magic 2. And I'm gonna be honest, I miss strategy games that had music like this. I don't know, it seems like it wouldn't fit for a game like Heroes of Might and Magic, but it really does fit. It really does. Makes me think of an old period drama called The Nick, which if you haven't seen that and you like medical shows set in the turn of the century, 1900, really interesting show, but the director decided to go with like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's electronic music, and you wouldn't think that it would fit with like a period piece set in early 1900s New York, but it fits so well. It's really well made. One of those few shows that they're like, yeah, this is a show that is written to only have 2 seasons, because otherwise it would get bad afterwards, and so all they did was make 2 seasons. And the network didn't pressure them to keep putting it out. What is this? Get setup item junk. Kind of hoping today would be one of those days where it's like, oh, let's just make this really complex thing, and then I make it in one day. But I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be like that. It's gonna take us 2 days, maybe. God forbid. You guys notice that though? Whenever I need to make a new system in Cauldron Chronicles, it takes me like 1 week maximum. But then I need to like work with fluid flux or write dialogue. See you in a month. Hey Rex, co-worker. Did you like the relaxing music that's always on here? I appreciate that. Hey now James, are you making a game? I am. I'm deep in some nodes right now, though. Working on merchants. So it's not as pretty as our map or anything, but it will be important. Be able to buy and sell stuff to merchants. It'll be nice. Here we are. Okay, those are collapsed and updated. They should work. Let's see if the panel shows things properly. It does. Except for ingredients. Now those are broken even more. Okay, I can get those fixed. I might have just forgotten to hook something up. Can the game run on a Core 2 Duo or i7 first generation? No. No, probably not. Probably not. I think those are a little bit too old. What was the first generation of i7s? is it in Polish? Nehalem. I do not remember that. 2008 or 2009. My first one was the 3770. No, 3700K. Something like that. And I don't remember the architecture that was on. Ivy Bridge. Yep. Okay, I remember that now. That was a good processor. I missed that processor. It never failed. I think it is probably still running to this day, maybe. Because I gave it to my dad. For like some work server computer or something. That was good stuff. Okay, what broken items? Oh. That would be what broke. Okay. Try it again. Now we're good. Now it's all better. Except for that. Except for that. An R9 380 or GTX 1050. For better or worse, I think our game is probably too graphically high in fidelity for a old GTX 1050. At least in this prototype. Why did that fail? Well, I mean, to be fair... Thank you for the follow, not James. Having a large team that you can use to fix performance bugs and optimize a game is a lot better than having one person who doesn't know anything about it. Oh, couldn't find the merchant HUD ref. Why is that? It's possible that this doesn't happen. No, it can't be that it happens out of order. Because in order for the inventory item merchant to be created, we need to create the HUD in the first place, so this shouldn't read from none. Plan creating a Steam page to gather wish lists. Probably only when we have when we're working on our vertical slice. Because I can't show this because it's all placeholder. And so it would be misrepresenting the game to the players. I don't want that. Using a 4090? I have a 4070 in this computer. It's just it can't find that merchant HUD ref. That's really weird. I'll try delaying the creation of the widget. Just to see, because, you know, at no point is this merchant HUD going to appear at the moment you start the game. so it is unrepresentative of the actual experience. Here, the 5070 have the same performance as the 4090. I did. I think that is false, though. I think they're lying about that. I think that, okay, maybe not lying, but I think they're misrepresenting the performance. Like, define performance. And if the performance to them means with DLSS4 and frame generation, sure. Because on specs, the 5070 on specs is nowhere near the 4090. Now you do have the same clock speeds, but you're looking at double the memory, a larger memory bus, greater bandwidth on the 4090. You have over double the shading units, over double the tensor cores, a larger L2 cache, and even in theoretical performance, again, you're looking at over double the performance of the 5070, so it can only be if when they're comparing 4090 with DLSS 3 and no frame generation to 50. Yeah, it's like there's no no. Yeah, the 4090 is just going to be better. I mean, the price, look, here's what I'll say. The price point of the 5070 compared to the 4070 is good. It's great. And I don't know what the 5070 compares to the 4070. It is negligibly better, to be honest. Like, the left is a little bit better than the right. The increased memory bandwidth, though, is better. Like, that is the one thing that I would say, yeah, this is significantly improved, is memory bandwidth. Everything else, I guess more support for newer, you know, Vulkan API and CUDA, but I believe the 5070 is better than the 3090. Okay, yeah, let's check it out. I mean, I would say that probably definitely is. No, 3090 is better. But it is important to note that certain things like Vulkan 1.4 might have better performance than Vulkan 1.3. That's not my playing field, so I can't say for sure. L2 cache on the 3090 is quite small. And it's much better on the 5070. But I would say that this probably wins out just a little bit at the end of the day. Well, the 5070 is not a bad card, but it's not going to stack up to 3090 or 4090 in any way. So some people are working to run PC games on phones. Phones are pretty powerful. Phones are quite powerful nowadays. Pretty impressive. Still erroring out. Why? You're able to run tabs on your phone. Wow, that's pretty crazy. They showed how blurry that new AI thing can get. I looked at DLSS 4. I mean, I will say DLSS, in my opinion, is pretty great. We have it in our game, for instance, and I think it looks pretty damn good. And even with DLSS 3, it's hard to tell if the game is running with DLSS. Like, I will show you what it looks like rendering at 50%. That is 50% resolution. And, you know, stream bitrate is going to be really low compared to even a YouTube video, so. But if you, yeah, I mean, you want everything on low. Okay, I'll turn everything to low. It's gonna look horrendous. Hold on, let the shaders compile here. We are in engine, so performance is worse, and we have to wait for shaders to compile. So low, you don't even got textures. Give it a second, it'll load them. There we go. There is the lowest graphical settings. I have a 4070. Game runs like butter on low settings, I'll tell you that. Because there's no grass. You could probably turn on some grass. At FPS, I have VSync on. Do note too that in editor you get about 40% worse, 30 to 40% worse FPS than outside of editor. I cannot turn VSync off. Okay, VSync is just stuck on. Why is that? Like aggressively trying to turn VSync on. Oh well. You know, I actually just recently made a build. I could check it in the build. Game's gonna be $15. You think so? I think it'd be a bit higher than that. Oops. Hold on. The bug with the options. Better. Yeah, I do have a build. I just made it yesterday. Make like a demo and the demo be one of the old versions? I mean, I could show an old version. I don't know why I would though. Nav mesh needs to be rebuilt. Wow, that's so useful in my build. Thank you for that. I have no loading screen, so in the build you might have things just load in for a few seconds. Nope. Probably should have done borderless. Volumetric fog is expensive, I will say that. And I have Unreal running in the background, which doesn't help things. Look at that. Look at how horrendous that is. Most of that's going to be Lumen and, yeah, shadows. Shadows on the epic settings are horrible. That helps a lot. I think, what did we determine? It was shadows and something else, the global illumination. There's almost no visual difference between high and epic, but if you turn them to epic, it just kills FPS. Much better with Unreal running in the background. And then we can do DLSS and we get like 70 to 80, pretty solid. Yeah, that's not too bad. Acceptable. That's 700 by 800, I don't know. I think if somebody's trying to play my game on 700 by 800, they have a little bit of a different problem. The 16:9 resolutions are going to look best. I do have to send this to somebody tonight though, so I will just... Apart from the nav mesh on the main menu, which is really not that important to fix up and do a new build for, I think everything else is okay. Can you speedrun the game? It's kind of hard to speedrun the game simply because... Well, I mean, you could. If you knew what you were doing, you could. But you have to fulfill commissions for NPCs, so... You would have to talk to them. I didn't see all of the NVIDIA presentation. I don't remember what jacket Jensen was wearing. Oi, hello Spoon. He's a good boy. Spoon's a good boy. Oh, 4090 jacket? I'll have to look it up. Share me a screenshot. Or an image or something. Will look like wish.com Morpheus. Oh, I don't have an exit to main menu button either. Oopsies. I gotta add that. Make an anti-piracy screen? I don't have anything against piracy though. Hey Vlad, thank you for the sub, man.
Vlad podkreślenie workshop just subscribed. Looks like progress has been made.
Progress has been made. Do you like our new hut? Nothing on the second floor yet. It's kind of ready for expansion if we need it. Here to add a picture of Mickey Mouse. We do, you know, one thing we do have is Keck W in the game. Would you like to see him? I'll run back to him real quick. We have a couple Easter eggs. Maybe I can keep this beach ball over here up in the air for 10 hits and show one of them. Unless the animal stole it. He might have done that. There it is. He's playing with it. Oh, careful. There's one. That'll get our game rated M for mature, I expect. Let's put it this way, I don't expect that our game will run on lower end hardware. And the game is set to release, you know, if we get funded 3 years from now anyway, so I don't think it really matters too much. I just see fluid flux? You did just see fluid flux. And it is a pain in the ass to work with. If you're going to work with fluid flux, I recommend at least being pretty knowledgeable about Unreal. It does look cool. Visually, it looks great. Okay, so this is our Keck Memorial Garden. As you can see, a bunch of nice little rocks. If you stand up on the Keck altar, though, the rocks do spell out something pretty wonderful. And if you stand here and you look in this direction for 10 seconds, the man himself will bless your journeys. It's possible to make a good game on Game Maker? Yes. Even from the version from 2011, yes. It is possible to make a good game using any engine and programming language. Undertale is made in Game Maker. We're using Epic's water system, but the system is still experimental? Yeah. I mean, Fluid Flux also has its own problems, too. It was horrible to get this all working. But visually, it looks pretty good. Its water system is abandonware. State of it looks already perfect for a test build. We're missing a lot of features. We're still missing everything, pretty much everything related to potion combat is still in progress. The dungeon, potion drinking and effects. We need environmental puzzles, our corruption, altars, seasons. 2 more NPCs that are fully written. I'm working on merchants right now. I mean, technically it still does need design, but I'm kind of doing it as we go. All those gradients, yep. That's how I do it. Oh, you got an unexpected call? No, I just said, the most recent thing we did was this, this hut mansion thing. We added that, over the past couple of days. I need a better smoke particle system, though. One without bullshit translucency. Yeah, it is not a hut, is it? Oh, I gotta put a, Oh no, it's okay. No, we're fine. Ship it as is. An indoors greenhouse? Yes. It is questionable in terms of logic, but perfect in terms of I wanted it here and wanted to make it in one day. So those are my criteria. An Easter egg for gangs. I think there are too many Easter eggs might turn this into an Easter egg game. But we shall see. It is just a prototype. To make an entrance to it with a seal, we could do that. It would take me no time, but I'd have to make something. I don't need it to be believable, I just need it to be functional. Believability can come with vertical slice. The bigger question is why is that fucking up? Is it possible those are just getting run before? Let me try something. I mean, I agree that believability is important, but this is also a build meant for publishers, not players. This build ideally will never be in players' hands. The only reason I release it to players too is because why not? But it's one where all the publishers need to know is we say you can upgrade, one of the pieces of progression is upgrading your hut as you progress through the game. Here's an example. Okay, that worked. Weird, I must have been hitting these nodes before the construct even happened. Okay, well, whatever, I'll just leave it like this then. Okay, let's hook up the junk tab and the seeds tab. Any tips on progression systems? That's really vague. That's a really vague question. Who's your game for? Because, you know, some genres, some audiences prefer a lot deeper progression than others. Different genres might have different expectations too. And for the player, not the mod. Tell me about the gameplay since last we talked. The builder very much level up their player level. Oh, I see. So, okay. I mean, any sort of progression that the mons themselves have, or progression that the player is making in expanding, like building better rooms, better houses, you know, that can unlock maybe new cosmetics, new things to build with. You know, take a look at like city builders and the way that they handle progression through like tiers of, you know, like city size or whatever, and how those unlock either new systems or new things to add to it. Especially like city skylines, right? You don't start with fire as a worry. That gets unlocked as you reach a city size, so it also paces the player's understanding of the game. You could do something like that where you just start simple, you know, raise one, and then it's, oh, now you have a second one, and you'll have to worry about social needs. So the progression is also kind of building upon the tutorialization of the game. Bigger number better? Which game is that not the case, apart from golf? We like bigger numbers. What about gatekeeping? Content but won't allow sense of progression? You could gatekeep numbers though, and just, you know, complexity. I mean, I don't know how long it would take to progress through the game if it's not more than like an hour or two. I don't think it'll feel like gatekeeping, more just gating. Which I guess you could argue is the same thing. Oh, but you can't get that one? I think it's more, you could go like, you can get any PAL you want, or oops, any you know, Tamagotchi that you want, but then just gate some of like the mechanics. Like maybe you only have to start by worrying about them being fed and sleeping, but then you reach a certain level and it's like, okay, now you can have 2 mons, and now you have to worry about their social needs. That way you wouldn't be gatekeeping, but more just gating the content, so that the player doesn't get overwhelmed by the start of the game. I mean, I think design philosophies can only take you so far. But in general, you know, with a game that's so systems driven like that, and I guess you could equate it to like kind of like a simulator, city builder kind of thing, right? I think gating systems until the player learns how to deal with the systems they already have is probably the best call. We're not leveling system is just something without levels. Yeah. I've got to do some thinking about progression too. Because it's one of those things like, you know, if I think of like alchemy in Elder Scrolls, which is definitely one of the inspirations that we have, you don't want to prevent the player from making really good things straight off the bat, right? If they are just really good at and knowledgeable about it. And I'm not a big fan of progression in terms of you can only hold 20 ingredients in your satchel. Great, so I can pick up 20 things and then I have to run back to my hut and deposit them and then run back out. You know, knowing where to put the friction in is something that is just part of like design mastery and will take decades upon decades to master. And then you could just be thrown a curveball. You could be working on a game that you've never worked on before and you just don't know how to create that friction for that genre or something. Definitely, the publisher will be interested in funding the project. Pretty positive. We've already done some testing with publishers, and they all really like the idea. All the ones that we've talked to. There's been no like, I don't think this is sellable. I don't know how we can market this. It's been pretty universal interest. We just need to find the publishers with the right amount of money for us. And to complement our values as a company too. Reach out to Elon. You know, if I were making like a Kerbal type game, I would reach out to Elon. Why not? Likelihood of him ever getting the email? 0. But on the off chance he does, ask him for 5-10 million, drop in a bucket. More people on the team? Yeah, there are 3 others at the moment that are helping out part-time in their free time. Give me 1 second though, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm about to burst at the seams, and then I can fix these errors that I just caught. I think getting paid whenever I get paid. Yeah, it's not me, so I don't call myself a solo developer at all. Because it's not true. Even technically you know, 95% of what's in the game right now was added by me, but it's not accurate. And I really don't need to fuel my ego like that. Set up item. That was one thing I wasn't a big fan of with the developer of Manor Lords, saying he was a solo developer. It's weird to me. If you're not not a complete solo developer, I think it's weird to say that you are. But then the question becomes, how do you define solo developer? I think junk is good. It only shows one for each. I thought we added 2 swords and shields to the merchant. Yeah, your contractors. If you look at the Manor Lord's credits, it's quite large. I mean, it's an 8-minute long video for credits. Like, I don't know how I would define it. I would not define this as solo developer. You know? I don't know. I'm not saying that the guy isn't very talented and very capable, or that I'm trying to diminish his work on his own game, but just that I think it kind of diminishes the efforts of these other people that did help make this game when he's getting, you know, articles written about him saying he's the solo developer, even though other people contributed to this work too. I don't know, to me it's very egotistical. I'm just gonna be honest. Player inventory. Let me double check. Merchant. Yeah, he should have 2 swords. So maybe we aren't passing through the number of swords correctly. Or no, it's probably that. It's probably that probably that I just passed through the ID, and in the info panel I just grabbed the player's amount directly. Let's see here. Because we do an amount override, I think we would need to override this. Call that instead and shove the amount in. Almost absent. You were almost absent from the stream. And I think I've used that joke before. You misinformed me? HLL can be obtained until today. This is a remote work and I sleep until 1 p.m. Fair enough. I'm not shitting on you. I just thought it was a funny joke. Hope your work's going well though. I think we also need to do this for ingredients too because they were pulling the amount that the player had. So let's do that. Get merchant ingredients. Should be okay. Oh, we don't have a... Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. I do need to add an amount to override to this. Depends on what is meant by solo developer. I think in his case, it's not that he made everything himself, but more like he made the majority of it. If he stopped working on it right now, it would never come into existence. I think even if that's true, and that would be considered solo developer, I still think my argument about how it affects other people that contribute to the game stands. And for me, I don't know. For my principles, I would hate the idea that I'm trying to rob those individuals of their contributions. I think if your game is that well received and that good, I don't think you need to continue to prop up your own ego by stating something that is just not factually true by most people's definitions of what solo developer is. I guess the most fun jokes when someone almost kills me and says almost and I say abs. Apparently for our channel, the most fun joke is micro penis games. And you know what? Fair enough. I'll allow it. You're the one putting micro... Okay, fine, I'll change it to macro raptor games just so you guys can say macro penis games. So did Bill Gates, true. Big fat raptor games. I like it. Okay, that should work. Yes. Except for player, it's showing -1. Shouldn't be. It's for the player's inventory, so amount override is -1. And here we check amount override is greater than or equal to -1. In this case, it would be false. Oh wait, no, it should be greater than. Ooh. Actually, we can do greater than 0. Thank you for rubber duck programming. Shield on merchant is not showing the other info panel, which is kind of weird. Have you seen as egotistical? A few years ago, there was a huge push to build personal name brand recognition. Maybe he's trying to push his own name. For example, player unknown. He's not the only one that worked on PUBG. Sid Meier's not the only one that worked on Civ. I agree, but it's not. I don't know. His name was like Gjegosh, right? So it's not Gjegosh's Manor Lords, right? But I agree that that is a valid counter argument. But also, you know, when you see I think when you see PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or Sid Meier's Civ, it's like they're the creators and presenters. They're not out there claiming that they're the sole developers. Just like Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, right? Or all these other things. Okay, what's going wrong with junk? Ah. Problem solved. Okay, last one is seeds. I'll put it this way. I think that, you know, like the crabs in a bucket analogy? It feels kind of like that. And there's some of the worst people to work with are crabs. Where all they're doing is putting down... Yeah, there's a lot of that in the game industry. There's a lot of crabs in the bucket. Because it is such a... It's such a huge bucket, and there are so many crabs, that in order to rise up to the top, you gotta work hard. And so there's a lot of mentality that other people succeeding will prevent you from also succeeding. Very competitive industry. What kind of good dough is that, a little robot? This is the Redo engine. Now with 50% less wokeism, apparently. Do get all seeds. Okay, that's gonna be similar in nature to the ingredients. Oh yeah, this is seeds. Hold on. Get merchant seeds, get all player seeds. I think being a crab in the game industry is probably going to be one of the worst ways to make any sort of progress in the game industry. And I think that many individuals are like that. I was like that for many years. Probably ties into a bit of what we talked about with like insecurity with that Tim Kaine video. I think the more insecure you feel as a game developer, which happens pretty much every day when you are a junior, and sometimes persists for a long time, the solution to your insecurity is to lash out at people who are succeeding. Though I think it's kind of a double-edged sword. You will impale yourself with it, because then all people see is that you can't celebrate success. And you're probably not going to be a good team player. But similarly to the Tim Kaine video we watched, I think it is one of those things you just have to solve yourself. Nobody's going to be able to solve your insecurity for you. I think we can move that up. Okay, setup item. I think insecurity can also lead people to adopting very unhealthy mindsets and work ethics. That's the word I was looking for. And it makes everybody in the industry spiral out of control. Like, oh, we can succeed if we grind as much as this person. And then everybody else sees that. And it's like, oh, in order to have any sort of possibility of success, we need to work as hard as them. Now the entire industry just basically is like, oh yeah, it's okay to work overtime. That's completely okay. Crunch? That's just a nice little fun term for it. Oh, don't worry, we pay for it though. That makes it okay. Industry needs to unionize. You know, I'm actually not very pro-union. And I agree. The reason I'm not pro-union is because I think that some unions unionize in order to intimidate, when it's really just not necessary that that union exists in the first place. But this is a clear, in my opinion, a clear case that there needs to be some accountability for unhealthy work practices. there's more than enough money in this industry that this should not be standard. The amount of horror stories I read. The amount of ones I read, the amount of ones I've seen firsthand. And it's, you know, it hits a lot worse when you know the people that are being abused like that. And you know it's like they have a family. They have kids. They don't deserve this. Okay, I think that's all set up. Let's see. Amount is not correct. I don't remember if I added just 2 seeds. No, it should be seed ghostweed. That's just not correct at all. And it might be because... I don't know why. Ingredients look fine. Oh yeah, seeds for the player are fucked up too. Okay. Something deeper going on. Got a problem with how AAA operates, going from pre-production to production scale in a production teams with hundreds of people. I mean, I would say that I think rising game budgets does play a part into this, because with an increase of risk, with an increase in budget and timeline of the game comes an increase in the inability to properly predict how that game is going to be produced, which then results in extended timelines and delays, which companies try to solve by either adding more people and or making those people work longer hours and harder. Which is why, you know, I advocate, like, no, games need to be cheaper and they need to take less time to make. Because with it just needs to become more estimatable, and it's not... Is estimatable a word? You guys know what I mean, though. It needs to become easier to estimate. And we'll then end up with fewer delays, fewer issues, better working environments, and people who are happier and more rested and healthy mentally and physically at work make better games. Like that is just provably true. So I think players should want this. Arguably publishers should want this too, because it increases the quality of their products. Why is junk not working? Or seeds, sorry, not junk. Those are connected correctly. You're not expecting indie boom in 2 to 3 years because of the last year layoffs? Yes, I do too, and I think it'll be a good thing. I think that AAA, as AAA dissolves, the amount of money in the industry will not change. In fact, I think it'll just increase, as it pretty much always does. But that money will be spread out amongst AA, indie, and AAA companies a lot more. And we'll see a bigger growth in indie companies. Which hopefully for me will mean will mean a good thing, because my game will be, at the time that publishers catch up to this, will be in a pretty good state, and I hope that, I don't know, Let me huff my hopium. Oh, because we never set array index. Would help. That's better. The amount, though, is showing the amount in the player's inventory. I can fix that. Maybe change the icon, too. I don't really have, like, a good merchant icon, though. Oh, I could fix some issues too. These are all variables and they shouldn't be. There's still one left though. This one? No. Where are you? Image 80. There it is. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, this one doesn't need to be. At least not for now. We do have an amount override on the setup widget, so then it's not being triggered properly in the seed. Amount override. It is affecting the one in the bottom right, not the one on the top. T ingredient amount. Get amount override if it is greater than -1. Rashi, Cebola. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. That'll fix the override. I do wish we showed a different icon for merchants. That can be a quality of life that we fix up after the core system is implemented. Okay, we have at least all of the information appearing as it should. There are a lot of problems with it though. Not bugs, but just things that I want displayed in a different way. And we need to show merchant and player gold. Would be nice. I think it would benefit everybody. You know what? You say that, Grashy? I actually did have that. I completely forgot. Before last year, we used to put Unreal Engine 5 right at the start of the title, so thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna fix that right now. Yeah, thank you for that. You're the second person to mention that, because I think the reason we originally added it was because somebody said that there weren't many Unreal Engine 5 streamers in game dev. So I started adding Unreal Engine 5 before the title just to draw people in who were looking specifically for Unreal. Probably add Unreal to the tags. I can only... Oh no, I can have more tags. Oh no, I can only have 10 tags. Do we want to get rid of hot takes only, offensive humor, cancel me please, or safe space? Grand Day 170, I would think I could have found you some time ago. Maybe just like the timing didn't work out. Get out with safe space, but we are a safe space. We're a safe space for people with non-conventional opinions. Usually live at this time? Yeah, we go live every weekday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Central European time. And you can see our stream schedule with exclamation point schedule. I think that's the only way right now to see it. Mostly do development, but we do break it up into some games from time to time. This year, though, it's pretty all hands on deck for game development, with one break in February for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Oh, you're in Japan. Oh, that's cool. I've been to Osaka and Nara before. I've always wanted to go to Tokyo. And it was beautiful. It was very, very beautiful. Yeah, Nara was really cool. You know, of course, we saw the deer, and we went to one of the shrines there. One of the big ones that's pretty close to the city center. Forget the name of it. Temple there is huge. It might be that. I mean, if you're just saying the temple, it's probably it was probably that one then. It was the one with the big wooden gates. I think it was this one. I remember this gatehouse. Yeah, it was this one, but I don't remember the name of it. Todaiji. Okay, yeah, yep, that rings a bell. It was Todaiji. I even have a couple of. Oh, this is for Osaka Castle. I used to have some charms, some good luck charms, but they've broken, fell off, so I have to reattach them. And I think I got one from Todaiji. That's cool. It's cool that I've been in the same place as a viewer. Kind of fun. I will add Unreal to the... You think Unreal or UE5 would be better for tags? I wish I could see frequencies of use. I'll try UE5. So are you Japanese, or did you move to Japan? I've heard moving to Japan as a foreigner is pretty challenging. I threw it in Switch tab. Brazilian moved to Japan. You've lived there for about 6 years. Wow. Was it for a lady? Or for a man? You moved because of love? That's why I'm in Poland. Hey, you work in game dev there. That's cool. What am I trying to get here? Get player gold. Remember my husband with me when I came? Nice. That's cool. That's really awesome. I bet it's quite different culture. I know because I'm American, right? And when I went to Japan, it was just so culturally different from the US. It almost was a bit of culture shock. I definitely know if I had moved there to live there, I don't know if I could do it very well. Moving from US to Poland was easier. There were still some cultural differences, but it's still kind of Western culture. But the Japanese culture is way different. It's a perfect place for you. That's good. That's good to hear. How are the Poles treating you? Heard you disliked a dude in your previous job. Me? I mean, I think that there's always people to dislike. There's some people that I'm happy being friends with, but I don't think I can be in a workplace with them, and vice versa, right? I think that's just true for everybody, though. One thing I really liked about Japan, I mean, there's a lot of things to like, but culturally, I appreciated the attention and care that they give to their surroundings and their community. Keeping things clean, looking out for your neighbors, being considerate of other people is something that Western society is not very good at doing. At least not anymore. Safety and kindness where it makes it home for me. Yeah, it's just nice. I mean, even I know that there's a lot of like the fake kindness, but that's kind of interpersonal, like strangers. But when it comes to just being able to know that in Japan, you can just have a vending machine in a very nice place, and it's not going to be broken into or destroyed or vandalized. It's just really nice. That kind of still better than open. I mean, I guess, yeah. You're not wrong. Okay. Well, we have the gold values and everything's appearing in there. You cannot do anything with it. But this is a start. You gotta go? Yeah, take care, man. We'll meet up when weather is not so cold. and have some lunch or something. I probably have to come to Krakow in a few weeks, maybe. I'll let you guys know on the chat. My fiance, she lived in Japan for a year and studied there. I think she was in Yokohama, which I think is just southwest-ish of Osaka. Okayama. Okayama. That was the name of it. Get you a bottle of orange Jaeger? What? Orange Jaeger? Oh. Made with Sicilian oranges. I would like to try this. That looks really cool. I like the shot glasses too. Never been to Okayama. First thing I thought you meant Yoko. Yeah. I'm like, wait, it's not Oklahoma. That would be Yokohama. It's Okayama. She hated the summers. But I imagine that you being Brazilian, you probably have a bit more of an acquaintance with summer, with hot summers, than somebody who's Polish. It's the worst. Yeah, nobody's like, oh, I can't wait for Japanese summer. It's totally different. Is it just like the humidity? It just like suffocates you? Because that's what I've heard from everybody. Hey, Midrunk, just woke up and tuned in at 8 a.m. and we're talking Jaeger. It's the perfect conversation to have at 8 a.m., right? Okay, what am I doing next? Let me plug some things back in. Now that we know this is at least functional. Create merchant. Yeah, delete these. Summer the whole year in my hometown in Brazil, but it still doesn't beat Japan summer. It's so bad. I went in February. I was there for 2 weeks. That was my only experience in Japan, and that was not bad. It was really dreary and kind of gray, a little bit rainy. I think it's the best time to come. I'm glad then. If we go back to it, I'll make sure not to choose like August or September or something. Winter's super sunny usually? Okay. We went to it was really beautiful. It was really cool. That's where I proposed to my fiance on Osaka Castle at the top. So I want to go back there just as a bit of a memory and maybe as a what am I thinking? Honeymoon soon. But I'd like to go to, I've never been to Tokyo, and it seems like a fun place to visit. Granted, we could make part of the honeymoon, I don't know, a week in Osaka, and then Shinkansen straight up to Tokyo. Have another week up there or something, and then fly out from there back to Poland. That could be fun. I remember that we got like a really cheap hotel. But because it's in Japan, the really cheap hotels are also really clean, really safe. The staff are very nice. So just so you know, if anybody here has never been to Japan, you don't need to get like a 5-star hotel to have a very good experience. It's not like you're gonna run by the, Western off the trail motel that you would get that kind of experience in some random place in the West. It was really nice. Food was awesome. Experience was great. Okay, I need to hook this up with the NPC. I need my narrative event. Where is my narrative? I don't have a close button on it either. I need to do that too. Open merchant UI, okay. Let's just do this a bit scrappily. Love the scene, thank you. Yeah, we recently overhauled the hut. It's supposed to be an alchemy hut, and I kind of just made a mansion because I got really carried away. I might change it in the future. I might just let it be for the prototype because it doesn't matter anyway. I can always make a separate scene with the smaller version and say, yeah, okay, so for the prototype publishers, you're going to be playing with a almost fully upgraded mansion. But yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell publishers that this is what the hut upgrades into. That's my excuse. Don't tell them that I actually just got carried away. But it is all modular, so if, when it comes time to making a proper hut that builds out, we can do that pretty easily. We do that right now for a little greenhouse addition. How many people work in the game? It is mostly me, and then I have a friend of mine who's a programmer. He has helped me with the AI of some of the enemies and creatures. We have another designer who's focusing on combat. And then we just had an individual join us who is going to help us with production and project organization. I will speed along its growth. Cute little ghost weed. I like how it looks in winter too. Long-time game dev? Yeah, I've been in the industry for about 10 years. Working mostly in indie and AA. No AAA experience. And I think I'm going to keep it that way, personally. I am just not a fan of the environments in AAA. Okay, let's see. Visibility. I'll set the visibility last, probably. We need to do a few things. We need to both grab an ID. So we need a variable for the merchant inventory ID. Update, or no, it's change merchant inventory ID. Or you consider AA, maybe AAA right now, and it's been really great, but it doesn't beat when I worked at an indie company. Oh, really? You're a AA or AAA in Japan? That's really cool. What specialization are you? With the merchant HUD too. The merchant HUD. Switch info panel. Set up merchant. Your game programmer should do much stuff anywhere that needs a programmer. Say a generalist game programmer. Oh, that's really cool. Don't judge me for my blueprints then, I'm a designer. I mean, I could... No judgments. A little bit. Do we need to pull in the ID? We've changed the ID. What am I trying to do here, merchant? We just need to set up inputs. And then tell the widget itself to update. Which I probably do. Now I need to undo things that I set up in here. Undo this. Undo this. Used to seeing game designer BPs all day. Okay. That's a good thing. We were doing a, you know, for our prototype, we're going to be deleting the... We're going to be creating an entirely new project when it comes time to make our vertical slice. So right now it's all about like speed, do things dirty as long as they work. Don't care about fixing like things that look small and are a little bit buggy. Yeah, set on player tab on potions. Yeah, this is looking better than what I would say should be in a prototype, only because we don't have any artists on the team, so I don't have a way to showcase to publishers what the intended stylization is supposed to be. And I think it looks better to stream on Twitch rather than just being white boxed. So it's... You could say it's a waste of our time, but I don't know, I think it's also kind of useful too. Plus, I've never done any level design in Unreal before this project, so this has been a really good teacher for me to kind of figure out how to work things and use some of the tools that I've never touched before, like the foliage tool or the landscaping tool. Working since Unreal 3. Okay, yeah, you have me beat there. I did a little bit in UDK, but I was day one from Unreal 4. You definitely have me beat. What else do we have to do here? Inputs, but I can probably handle inputs in setup merchant. I'll have to look at a professional UFAB project someday. Learned a bunch when I experimented with Lyra. Engine has a bunch of hidden gems. Yeah, it does. I think anybody who claims to be an Unreal Engine master is probably lying, because there's no way you can learn all of the little editors and sections that Unreal has in it. There's no way. And then by the time you do, they're going to add 2 more for the next version. Learn so much on a proper company working with it. Yeah, you do. I miss working with a full-time team. But hopefully that changes. No, we don't have to do that. This might be okay. We do need to make sure, though, that when this event is run, the first thing we do, yeah, is change the ID. Benefit from working on a bigger team, especially an experienced team, right? Because it's one thing to learn how to use Unreal Engine, but it's another thing to learn how to use it well and properly. And I've worked with teams on both ends of the spectrum, and it's nice. I guess it's good learning how to fail and how to do things improperly, but it is a lot smoother and less stressful of an experience learning how to do things properly. Generalists working together with many specialists. I've worked with a few specialists, but I'm also a generalist. I'm one of the designers you'd be like, hey, can you prototype insert system here? And it's like, yeah, probably. Fishing, done it. Farming, done. Dialogue system, yeah, I can do it. Can you do anything artistic? No. Nope. Not gonna happen. Okay, open merchant window, merchant inventory ID of merchant 1. We'll have to adjust the change merchant inventory ID. What we need to do is just detect if the new merchant ID is equal to the one that's already there, which we have no way of knowing. Okay, I'll fix that. My lack of organization game instance. You just learn a bunch for a few years and then go solo, small team. All the best of luck to you on that. I really hope it works out. That's kind of similar to the situation I find myself in. I've tried multiple times before to do something on my own, but I never knew enough. And I still might not know enough, to be fair. But I at least have gotten this far. And it's much better than it used to be. Okay, that'll work. Now we store that info. And I think also with... No, it's fine. That is fine. Oh. Where is the narrative event? I lost it. We'll update the graph display text. Opens merchant window. Unless it's equal to none. Error. No merchant ID. Or what I'll do is... I'll just check if the data table row exists or not. I don't really want to do a split. Can I just check if the row exists? Oh, I can, okay. Alright, let's organize this. That's better. Error, no merchant ID. Oh, wait. No, that should be right. Can't say. You guys played Death Stranding. I've played a little bit of Death Stranding, yeah. I like Kojima's work. Merchant 1. Not related at all. Understandable. But you know, if it were related, that would be amazing. And I'm super excited for... I would be super excited for you if that were the case. How can you not find the merchant ID? It's... ET merchant inventory ID. Probably because I didn't make an instance editable. Oh, I put it on the wrong one. Oopsies. I can fix that with a knot. A little bit of spaghetti. We'll just never look in there again. That's better. Famous last... Yeah, I mean, when I say that, by the way, I mean we will be looking in this probably next week. And be like, I gotta fix this. Alright, I think I can get it open, but I want to set the... I want to put a blur behind the merchant HUD, which will eat input. Yeah, 170 days today. Alright, let's see what the merchant... Let's see if this works at all. Probably not, but we'll see. Fully streamed, yeah. Not the work that the others have done, though. They do not record their work. So it's like 95% streamed. And we do upload all the days to YouTube as well. Okay, it is not updating anything. Okay, hold on. Why are you not updating anything? Where do I gotta do this? Switch tab in the merchant inventory. Okay. It's possible we're not updating the merchant inventory. That is possible. No, that was working because I was passing through the ID before, so... Change merchant's inventory ID. We were calling that from... Okay, we'll do this. Get ready to spam F11. One BDB. Careful. Here we go. Only walk on the yellow, sir. Good boy. I'm gonna slam the door in my face. Current merchant ID is already equal? That should be the first time that we're setting it. Unless I forgot to delete something. I mean, that shouldn't be a problem though, it's merchant 1, so... That's fine. Let's get in the player tab. We don't have any potions in our inventory right now. But the merchant should have potions. It's saying no. That's weird. Current merchant ID, merchant inventory, empty. Okay, let me do this. Let me print when this gets changed, because maybe something is triggering it when it shouldn't be, or I can just do a quick find references to it. There should only be one. Yeah, there is only one. The narrative event. Which takes the merchant inventory ID. Like, yes, it's set to none, but it's instant editable. I'm not making that incorrectly. I don't even think it has to be instant editable. It's already exposed. Not sure the reasoning. Great use of my hotbar there. Faster. Let's go on. I want to fix this before the end of the stream, please. You know what it could be? Hold on, let me do this. Sure. It might be related to the invalid structure errors. I don't know if I changed something, but I might have. Let me double check this. Could be one of those cases where nothing looks wrong, but something is wrong. Nope, not that. Okay. I can't tick in the game instance, right? Or can I? No, so let me do this. Let me grab the player's BP. I just want to monitor the merchant ID and the inventory, at least like the length of some of the stuff in the inventory, because then I'll know if it's actually being updated and it's an issue with the UI grabbing that information, even though it shouldn't be. But I think it's an issue with it setting that information. Off the top of my head. Okay, where's my tick? Get merchant inventory. We'll know if it's working if printing the length is anything above 0. And I'm going to get the game instance and just print the merchant's ID. Can monitor both of those. Your reactions to Tim Kaine? Yeah, we watch a lot of Tim Kaine. We love watching him. I make those long though. I yap forever when we watch those videos. He was recently very nice enough to give us permission to continue making reactions too. Okay, it's set. It is setting it, and then it's just going right back to nothing. There's our set. Somehow it's getting reset. Some nice material, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of there for posterity, but also, you know, we started the company because I'm not really a fan of how a lot of game development is secret, anti-consumer, and a lot of developers lie to players about things, you know, features in the game, or they make, you know, bullshit trailers that don't represent the actual gameplay. So we wanted to be very transparent with players about, yeah, this is what the game looks like, this is the stage we're in, and here's what's wrong and here's what's right. So that's one of the reasons why we put all those videos up on YouTube. Another one is that in the case that this should fail for some reason, I have all those days of development that I can use in my resume. Because for game designers, it's really hard to make a portfolio, especially if a lot of the stuff that you've made is under NDA and you can't show it off, like documents or spreadsheets. At least this is, I can just show all of it. and hopefully prove to future employers that I can prototype. I know what I'm doing in engine. Not artistically, but I can work with data. Except if they see me struggling to figure out why current merchant ID is changing when it shouldn't be changing. I don't know why it's doing that. This is only being run once. I know I'm passing through the right information. I'm pretty sure. NDAs, it seems like a tough problem. Our solution is just that we won't have NDAs that cover most of the game. The only thing our NDAs will cover is like business information, personal information, you know, like names of people and stuff, you know, like private business stuff, but also for the game, anything that we want to remain secret. So I don't want to have our employees talking about like the game's secrets and its ending or story spoilers, but anything else, I don't really care. We're going to be streaming development even if we get funding too, so you'll see most of it up until a certain point where we have, you know, 15 full-time developers and only one person can be streaming at a time. It's not like this is broken or something, right? There isn't a mistake in the story file where I'm passing through none, as far as I know. Well, set the merchant 1. Who knows? It's really weird too, because it was working before when I was setting it from the widget itself, but now that I moved the setting to the narrative event, it is for some reason passing in where was that? I don't see the print. Oh, that's kind of weird. Bond. Merchant 1. I mean, it looks fine. I'm not typing it wrong, am I? Merchant 1. Merchant 1. There's nothing else that sets this. It's only ever here, and this is only being run once. So I don't get what this is. You know what I'm going to try to do? I'm just going to set this by default to be Merchant 1. I mean, it's not changing now, so it's like something within narrative is triggering it. Could be broken narrative nodes. That's not impossible. Has happened before. Should be a not equal. That's the reason. I'm stupid. Like, wait, no, we're setting it if it's equal. Oh, that's the problem. No bug. Just me being dumb. I think that'll fix the problem. Watch it not fix the problem. Sometimes stupid. Yeah, experience is the name of the game. I mean, I feel the same way about game design when I mentor new designers. Like, most of the time, you'll just become a better designer with more experience. Like, if you only have 1 year of experience talking to programmers, there's no way you're probably going to be able to compete with a designer who has had 5 years. And who knows more of the... Okay, it's all fixed now. Knows more of the pitfalls and lingo. Okay, we have no close button on the... I'll just add one temporarily. This is just a placeholder button. It differs a lot when you're applying, though. Here in Japan, in my experience, it's too difficult if you can show past projects. Usually recruiters help a lot. Interviews are not too hard. You just talk to them and show, you know, at least some stuff and know how to learn stuff on the go. Not too difficult. I struggled getting interviews a couple years ago, but that was like right at the peak, or at, I guess, the start of the big layoffs, and all the publishers were not giving any money, nobody was hiring, and on top of that, my portfolio was horrible. because like 90% of what I worked on was not showable. It was all NDA. So it was kind of like, trust me, bro, I know what I'm doing. Difficult part is getting into the industry. Yeah, I think juniors have it the hardest. Because there are like this many junior jobs, this many juniors, as opposed to there are this many seniors, but this many senior jobs. No, I think there's luck plays a part, but luck is, if I had to quantify luck, it's not like it's just some mystical thing. It is a combination of being in the right place at the right time, with the right amount of risk being taken. Like statistically, I think you are more likely to get further in the industry if you network more. Being nice to people, yeah. Attitude plays a huge part. Controlling ego. And knowing too that making 2 to 3 genuine connections at any networking event is way more important than making 20 to 30. Handing out business cards is not a good way to make meaningful connections. As tempting as it is, don't do it. Industry's actually so small. Yeah, it is, isn't it? A lot of the regulars that go to certain events too will always go to those events. Hold on. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, awesome, that's working. Well, the UI appears and then I can make it disappear. That's step 1. Step 2 is going to be making all of that stuff buyable and not absolutely wrecking our sanity and stability of the game. Still shy of 10 years in the industry, and it's happened so many times already that someone I've worked with before is at the company I'm applying to. Yeah, same. I have a friend who, twice now, I've left a company right when he starts. Twice now it's happened. But it's also like Polish game dev is really small. I've been in the industry for like a little over 10 years, and yeah, I don't know, it was really hard getting a start, but once you have some experience and you know some people, it's so much easier. That kind of goes, I mean, you mentioned Tim Kaine. If anybody's curious, we did a video about that. The game design portfolio. We talked briefly in there about the importance of making games, making demos, and doing game jams. You want to show to potential recruiters why you would be an okay fit for their team, even as a junior, and showing that you've made projects, that you have progress in your career and specialization, and that you've worked with other people is some of the most important. Alright, let me fix... You know what, I'll keep the merchants spawning first since we're on a branch about merchants. Let me disable these prints though. Keep those over there. Might need them for tomorrow. Okay, what was that issue in the main menu? I want to fix that up too before I do another build and then send it to the guy that I need to today. So I will upload these as initial work on merchants. So descriptive. Then I'm going to jump over to this branch again and see if I can fix up those main menu nav mesh issues. Probably I just didn't build that level at all. Blue Dick Boy. He's Blue Dick Boy. That's who he is. I'll show you. Is that or is that not a blue dick? That suspiciously gets smaller the closer you get to him. Arrow Dick Boy. You know, for this build too, I'm going to put in our new main menu music. This is only being shown internally, this version of the game, so I don't have to worry too much about it. Can I import MP3 files to Unreal, actually? I could just switch this over to a WAV file. I have Audacity. I don't see it. I don't know where it went. Oh, assets. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna throw it in. This is gonna be temporary. I'll just throw it in the dev folder. I'm not gonna be merging this. Yeah, okay, what I'll do is I'll duplicate this. Music, tracks, main menu. Class music. Do a select node, or I think I have to switch on it's really weird, but I'm gonna do level name. The current level name. I do a select. I can. No, I can do a switch on string. Main menu E. Prototype map E. I think those are the two names of our levels. Oh. Actually, this is wrong. That's calling random twice, so it's actually not going to be setting the last music played as correct. Guys, don't okay, wait, I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna tell you guys not to forget about that bug. Initial random music choice triggers twice, remembering wrong one. That's supposed to prevent repeat tracks from playing back to back. Not a big deal, to be honest. Demo. Okay, that's good enough to work. Now we do bind on audio finished event. What I'm gonna do is just switch between level name again, and it was like that, right? No, I was on reset. But for the main menu, I'm just gonna do a slight delay. I think that should work. Untick is playing false. That's where we worry about the time between songs. I think this will work. Let me double check. Probably gonna be really, really loud though, isn't it? It's not playing at all because I didn't add the... Oh no, I did. Oh, there is a delay. Hold on. I don't want to have the delay in the main menu. I will do a delay, but it's just gonna be like 3 seconds to let it get loaded, or 2. We'll try 2. Volume's good actually, as it is. Dude, I hit it right to him. That's awesome. That's pretty great. It's honestly legitimately fun playing with the animals. They really like to hang out back there though, don't they? Yeah, I need to see if this track loops properly. That's all I'm checking. Should have a delay of like 5 seconds. Okay. We're good. And then on the main game level, it should just be the same old behavior of the other tracks. Okay, beautiful. And Spoon should be the first thing to show up. He should actually be the only thing to show up. So that's good. And I don't think I found any other issues. Tutorial was playable. So that'll be good. I do need to rebuild this level though. Primarily the nav mesh. At least that's what it told me when I was loading up the build here. Yeah, they're not moving at all. They're moving in the regular game? Yeah. Can I just build the nav? We'll see if that works. I guess. Let's try packaging it. Thankfully, I already have everything cooked, so this should be pretty fast to build, unless it fails on something, which it shouldn't. A lot of warnings. A lot of warnings. I don't think any of those are super important though for now. You have a build pipeline set up? Yeah, I click package and then I see if it fails. That's my pipeline. Not the greatest, not the most recommended, but works. Now we're gonna need to get something set up though for when we start to put this on Steam, even just privately, because that's what all it's gonna be for the initial builds. Just so publishers can download it, throw them a key. Which is build Steamworks. How easy was it to integrate Steamworks into Unreal? I should make this a zip instead of an RAR. Actually. Oh, you didn't integrate, just use their tool to push builds? A bit finicky? Okay. I do have a friend who set it up because he worked on pushing builds to Steam in one of the previous games we worked on together. So I was probably just going to ask him to help me figure it out again, but I imagine if so many other developers can push their games, like indie developers and solo developers can push their games to Steam, I can probably get it figured out, especially if we're going to do it on stream or something. I'm not too worried. I've taped it together with a bunch of PowerShell scripts. Yeah, we'll see. Thankfully, I'm just going to give publishers the development build as well. I don't care if they use some commands, right? In fact, I think it makes it better. It's like, hey, you can just, yeah, type in this to switch levels or something. Because there might be some, you know, like smoke test level where we throw in some of the things that we're probably not going to show off on the main level. Okay, let's see, do we have a nav issue? Nope, all good. It'd be nice to have a loading screen. That's fine. Ooh, okay, so... Oh, it's because it's... the two things that you don't want on Epic in my game. Lumen and Shadows. Turn those to high. And the game instantly becomes playable. To date, I have not really seen a significant difference in high versus Epic Shadows as well. It might just be like draw distance, I don't really know. We'll add a warning, you know what, I'll do that here. Add warning to Epic settings for GI and Shadows. Just that you can click the Epic preset, but just know you're gonna have a bad time if you do that. beach party. Okay, and all of our debug buttons are working fine. Let me double check some things. Waypoint visibility. Beautiful. Hotbar mode. Beautiful. Nighttime brightness. Perfect. That will definitely show Lumen's failures. The Zero DevOps pipeline. Yeah, see, all that stuff is so foreign to me. I think that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, though, with game dev and Unreal. You can spend 10 years learning Unreal and still have nothing, no sort of knowledge about some other parts of development. Kind of why I like game dev, actually, is just because it's ever-changing. You will never master it. And so I will never get bored with it, right? So many unknown unknowns, yeah. Kind of fun, though. Is this the DC universe? So I purposefully set the nighttime brightness to minimum just for the lulz. Better now. Okay, yep, this looks good. I will send this build over to the individuals then. So in order to do that, I will have to leave you guys for today and get this uploaded. But we will be on tomorrow and continue with our merchant saga. We did some good progress today. It's gonna be a slow one, you know, we have to implement some buttons somewhere to be able to select these things for purchase and then handle all of the ingredient transactions, and I imagine that it's gonna take us some time to get sorted out properly. But we'll do it, it'll get done, and then we will never touch it again and never refactor it. Okay guys, have a wonderful rest of your Thursday then. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for all of the love today. A lot of follows. Thank you, August, for the raid. Thank you, Garashi, Not James, Bajinoki. Thank you so much for the follows today. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Stay wonderful. Stay warm. Peace. Bye. Bye, guys.